2025 special meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Ed is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan.
Here.
Director Denzler.
Here.
Geiger.
Here.
Meek. Here. Director Parker is excused. Director Ryan.
Here.
And Director Thompson.
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present. The chair invites everyone who is able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we will now consider convening an executive session. So the Board of Education has issues to discuss: an executive session, a closed session for the following purposes. 1, holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners public hearing and related action with respect to Sterling Ranch Plan Development request for a major amendment to the Sterling Ranch PD, the 13th amendment pertaining to school land dedication. And 2, holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding Douglas County's rezoning applications related to school sites in the Pinery and Eastridge. And 3, considering specialized details of security arrangements pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4D and pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4E1 to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations between the district and Douglas County regarding security arrangements for the district. And 4, holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding the status of potential litigation authorized by the district's Board of Education against Convergent Technologies, LLC, for its alleged breach of its contract with the Douglas County School District, RE1, and regarding potential resolution of the contractual dispute between the district and Convergent Technologies, LLC. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purposes?
So moved. Second.
Director Callahan moved and was seconded by Director Ryan. Discussion? All right, roll call. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler.
Aye.
Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Aye. Ryan.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes. We will now be going into executive session. The following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners public hearing and related action with respect to a Sterling Ranch Plan Development request for a major amendment to the Sterling Ranch PD, the 13th Amendment pertaining to school and land dedication, and to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4B regarding Douglas County's rezoning applications related to school sites in the Pinery and Eastridge. The following people will be joining us: Aaron Kane, Superintendent; Jackie Millay, Chief Operations Officer; Sarah Kellner, attorney with Davis Graham and outside counsel for the district; Mary Kay Klemesh, General Counsel. The following will be joining in its executive session to consider specialized details of security arrangements Pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024D and pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024E1, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations between the district and Douglas County regarding security arrangements for the district. Aaron Kane, Superintendent; Danelle Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent; Johnny Grusing, Director of Safety and Security; Mary Kay Klemesh, General Counsel. And the following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the status of potential litigation authorized by the district's Board of Ed against Convergent Technologies, LLC, for its alleged breach of its contract with the Douglas County School District, RE1, and regarding potential resolution of the contractual dispute between the district and Convergent Technologies, LLC. Aaron Kane, Superintendent; Danelle Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent; Jackie Millay, Chief Operating Officer; Mark Needler, Attorney with Thompson Co. and outside counsel for the district; and Mary Kay Klemesh, General Counsel. Ryan to adjourn. Let's vote. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler.
Aye.
Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Aye. Ryan.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the special meeting is adjourned, and the regular meeting will begin at 5 p.m. School District Board of Education is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler? Here. Director Geiger?
Present.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker is excused and will be arriving late. Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson?
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present, so please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you. We will now move into our DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. I am thankful that we can take some time at each meeting to celebrate our schools. Tonight, we have a lot of schools and staff to recognize. So I'd like to start with Natalie Barnard from Mountain Vista High School. Natalie, please join us up front along with Executive Director Ian Wells. You all don't even know what you're clapping for yet, but here we go. All right, Natalie. Natalie was named the 2025 Journalism Advisor of the Year by the Colorado Student Media Association. She received 14 nominations and numerous additional support letters for this award. Nominations and letters of support came from current students, former students, parents, and colleagues all. Natalie, we are so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, go stand by Ian while I figure out how to turn pages. Okay, I am going to have Executive Director of Schools Ian Wells talk a little bit about Natalie's contributions at Mountain Vista, and then Natalie, we'd love to hear what this award means for you.
Okay, now let us stand behind me. Come here, you're trying to hide. I've had the pleasure of knowing Natalie, I don't even know, 15, 14 years at this point. Beyond just the academics, and Rob, I apologize for not being able to be here, but ultimately her love of kids is exemplary. The relationship she makes with children is truly wonderful and appreciated. She's a wonderful teammate. She has stepped in after a pretty well known and long-time journalism / yearbook / you name it instructor, and has managed to maintain a program that's both outstanding and obviously recognized by the youth that have been there before you. So appreciate all that you do. Love what you do, and thanks for loving on kids.
Now, what am I supposed to do?
Your speech.
I have to do a speech? Okay. I didn't know I had to talk, so I can talk in front of kids easily. Adults, you're kind of scary. This is very humbling for me. I myself did not realize the extent of how cool this award was. And then when I was able to read the letters that the kids and the parent, I'm a crier anyway. It was just constant tears. So it's not really me though. I mean, these kids, the work, if you've never put together a yearbook, somebody's laughing over there. If you've never put together a yearbook, you don't understand the work that the kids have to do over and above being in the classroom. They go take pictures at night. They work into the wee hours to make deadlines. And so really, this award is their award too, because they, for the last couple of years, have just continued to grow the program and kick keister and be amazing leaders in the school. So we have fun, and I'm so humbled and honored to be recognized. So
Thanks, Natalie. Okay, we are very proud of Natalie. I have been in Natalie's classroom, and I know what an incredible impact she has in kids, along with her therapy dog. So Natalie is absolutely amazing. So Director Geiger's here with your certificate, and we are going to take a picture.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, and the reason I'm holding this giant script tonight is that we are here to also honor our 2025 Family Favorites winners and runners-up from Colorado Parent Magazine. There were so many that I need like 12 pages. Okay. For each school or program that was named a winner or a runner-up, we will be providing you with a banner or updated banner to be displayed on your school building after the new year. Every Colorado Parent Magazine, every year, Colorado Parent Magazine asks for nominations for their Family Favorites contests. Finalists are then voted on by members of the community. This year, Douglas County School District had 25 runners-up and 15 winners in this statewide contest. This is a big deal. Go DCSD. Okay, so we are going to start with the runners-up. We have a lot of them, so we're going to do it by region. So we're going to start with the Castle Rock region. Would the principals or representatives from the following schools please join me up front, and we'll hold our applause till they're all up here. These are runners-up. Favorite public elementary school, Sage Canyon Elementary. Favorite public elementary school principal, not surprising, Mandy Hill with Sage Canyon Elementary. Unfortunately, Mandy wasn't able to be here tonight. Favorite middle school principal, favorite middle school, Mesa Middle School. Favorite middle school principal, Jared Nicholson at Mesa Middle School. Favorite public high school, Douglas County High School. Favorite public high school principal, Tony Kappas from Douglas County High School. Tony is coming on up here. Favorite charter high school is Renaissance Secondary. And favorite charter high school principal is Amy Stewart with Renaissance Secondary. So Amy, if you're here, come on up. Congratulations to each of you and your schools on this honor. And come on up, Jared. So since we have two principals with us, I'm going to let you guys each say just a couple of words.
Perfect. Obviously, this is just a huge testament to our community and our parents and just the culture that our kids and our teachers bring in every day. And we're so fortunate to get to work with amazing kids and amazing families every day.
Definitely echo what Jared said. It's an honor and a privilege to be part of this and be recognized. Love what I do. I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's the greatest job in the world, toughest job in the world besides being a parent. And it's just an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tony. Jared, we're going to get a quick picture. Maybe we're getting a picture. Oh, here she is. Okay. I'm like, we are standing here ready. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Ryan is bringing these certificates. Even though I have a 12-page script, it didn't help. All right, runners up for the Parker region. Favorite public elementary school, Frontier Valley Elementary. Favorite public elementary school principal, Kirsten Hall from Frontier Valley. Favorite charter elementary school principal was Kendra Hosfeld from North Star Academy. And favorite Mother's Day Out program was at Global Village Academy here in Douglas County. All right, we've got Kirsten. Congratulations. We're really proud of you. And for the other schools who couldn't be here, we are proud of you as well. And do you want to say a couple quick words?
This is just a testament to our awesome community and the staff that I work with every day. I'm super proud of the school that I get to work with. So thank you for this recognition.
And we're super proud to have you in Douglas County. All right. And I think Director Denzler, you want to come and get a picture with us? Yeah. All right. Thank you for everything you do. Terrific. Congratulations, Kirsten. Okay, the runners-up from the Highlands Ranch region. Favorite magnet elementary school, Lone Tree Elementary, along with the favorite principal, which is Mindy Persikina of Lone Tree Elementary. Come on down, Mindy. Favorite public middle school, Mountain Ridge Middle School, along with the principal, Aaron Kylo from Ranch View Middle School. So favorite public middle school is Mountain Ridge. Favorite public middle school principal, Aaron Kylo. Favorite public high school, Rock Canyon High School. Favorite public high school principal, Andrew Abner. Favorite charter elementary school, Skyview Academy. Favorite charter high school, Skyview Academy. Favorite charter high school principal, Javier Negron from Skyview Academy. And favorite charter middle school, Skyview Academy. Oh, one more. Favorite charter school middle school principal is, again, Javier from Skyview Academy. And then last but not least, the favorite trade school, DCSD Legacy Campus. Come on up, everyone. Come on up. All right, couple of words.
Totally appreciate the recognition. Such an honor and testament to the school and community at Lone Tree. And thank you to the panel for voting for us.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. On behalf of Ranch View, it's always an honor and a privilege, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the SVA committee, to the parents, to the students, to the staff.
I echo Javier's words. We work together, so to him and to Janet and our parents, our community, just thank you so much.
On behalf of Legacy Campus, fantastic staff, fantastic parent community, and our students are knocking it out. Thank you for the recognition.
And Director Meek is here with your certificates, and we will get, Director Meek, Director Callahan, and Director Geiger.
Thank you, sir. Paula?
Everyone get in the picture? Oh, no.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Congratulations, sweetheart. All right, and now I feel like I need a drum roll. The Family Favorites winners. All right, would the principals or representatives from the following schools please join me up front? And again, these are the winners. Favorite public elementary school, Stone Mountain Elementary. Favorite public elementary school principal, Michelle Frenchie with Stone Mountain Elementary. Favorite public middle school, and again, this is across the whole state. Favorite public middle school, Ranch View Middle School. Favorite public high school, Thunder Ridge High School. Favorite high school football team, Thunder Ridge High School. Favorite after-school program, Skyview Academy's BASE. Favorite charter elementary school principal, Paula Harrison from Skyview Academy. Favorite Mother's Day Out program, Skyview Academy. Favorite preschool program, Skyview Academy. Favorite charter elementary school, STEM School Highlands Ranch. Favorite charter high school and STEM School Highlands Ranch. And I gotta turn the page.
You've got this.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
I'm not so sure I do.
It's really the mic. The mic is your mic.
Really it is. There we go. Okay, and favorite charter high school principal, Ryan Alsup from STEM School Highlands Ranch. Favorite charter middle school, STEM School Highlands Ranch. And favorite charter middle school principal, Miss Maura Ritter from STEM School Highlands Ranch. Come on down, everyone. You are the favorites across the state of Colorado, and we are incredibly proud. Thank you for representing Douglas County School District so well. How about a big round of applause? All right, and I'm going to start on my right with a few words.
Thank you. Love my Grizzly family. We have some parents in the audience. Thank you for being here, and thank you to everybody who voted for the fabulous hard work that our teams do every single day. And big shout out to my predecessor, Sean Patterson, for all of his hard work with our team too.
Awesome.
I've got some parents in the audience too. I just want to thank everyone for not only voting, but I want to thank our students and our staff and our families. Honestly, it's my greatest pleasure to be the principal of Stone Mountain, and I couldn't imagine any other job or working in any other district, so I love this place.
I can say I love my job too. I love the school I work with and the people, and thank you everyone who voted for us. I
think I can echo a lot of the same, but thank you to our community, to our staff at STEM Elementary. I can't do it without them, so thank you guys.
Hi, everyone. Also want to thank our STEM community. It's amazing. It's an amazing school to be at, and really a pleasure to be there. I want to thank my family. Actually, they came out to support, so thank you guys. Just also want to go and make sure to thank the board of directors. Thank you guys for all that you do for our schools. So.
And I echo everybody. Being at STEM, it's 14 years at STEM, 5th year as principal, and I have never had a job I've loved so much and wanted to give my heart and soul to, because I love this community, I love these kids, and I have the very best team supporting me every day, and I couldn't do it without them. So thank you everybody who voted for us, and thanks Douglas County, you guys are the best.
Okay, Directors Meek and Geiger are here with certificates, and we will do a picture. I love it. They really make it. Yeah.
I feel like this adds
I feel like you need it. I love it. I love it.
Congratulations. Thanks. Right? We're all about sophistication.
All right. How about some pictures? And that concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all of our winners. It's so exciting. So the next item is acceptance of the agenda. I know there may be a couple of amendments that are going to be requested, so I think I'd like to just take them one at a time. Does anyone want to amend the agenda? Director Thompson?
Thank you, President Meek. So we have an agenda item tonight, 9.1. It's the board policy DJ, and I presented some additional, the feedback, sorry, it's hard to think. I presented additional questions today that we don't have enough time for staff to respond on, so I'm moving to amend the agenda to defer agenda item 9.1, board policy DJ, to the board meeting on January 27th.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So Director Thompson motioned and Director Ryan seconded a motion to defer agenda item 8.1, I believe. Is that 8?
9.1.
I'm sorry. 9.1. Is there any discussion? All right, let's take, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Let's start with Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0. The motion to amend the agenda has passed. I have another motion to amend the agenda. To revise item 8.7, Board of County Commissioners action on Sterling Ranch Amendment 13 to plan development by changing the item designation from an information item to an information action item. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Director Meek motion, Director Geiger seconded to amend item 8.7 from an information item to an information action item. Is there any discussion? All right. Director Geiger.
I think generally I don't like amending things to add action items, but I think given the deadlines that we're facing and that we've been put under by the Board of County Commissioners actions, I believe that it is appropriate in this circumstance.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, let's vote. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
So the motion passes to amend the agenda. Are there any other motions on amending the agenda before we move to accept the agenda? Okay. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
All right, Director Callahan. Is there a second?
Second.
Director Densler. So Director Callahan moved, Director Densler seconded to accept the agenda as amended. Is there any further discussion? All right, Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 6-0. All right. I think we are now moving into superintendent reports. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, thank you so much. I have lots of updates tonight. Some of the dates of importance in December include Special Education Day was December 2nd, Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day was December 7th, Hanukkah, December 14th through 22nd, Christmas, December 25th, Kwanzaa is December 26th through January 1st, and New Year's Day is January 1st. So happy holidays to everyone. Congratulations to Jessica Ranaletta, Assistant Principal at Cimarron Middle School. Jessica was named the 2026 Colorado Middle School Assistant Principal of the Year by the Colorado Association of School Executives. We're very proud of you, Jessica. Congratulations to Kelly Driver, Diabetes Resource Nurse here in DCSD. Kelly received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Colorado Association of School Nurses. And congratulations to our very own Gordon Mosier, Executive Director of Choice Programming. Gordon received the 2025 Community Contributor Award from the Colorado Association of School Authorizers. We will recognize all three of these winners at the January 27th meetings. Congratulations to the Daniel C. Oaks High School Winter Class of 2025. Their graduation took place last week. We wish these new graduates all the best as they go off to follow their dreams. Many of our schools have been involved in community service projects to help those in need, both here in Douglas County and in surrounding communities. Many of our schools and students have hosted food drives via organizations such as the Denver Rescue Mission, Backpack Society, Parker Task Force, Paws for Life, and more. Other schools are in the midst of collecting food and gifts via Giving Trees and other holiday-themed donation drives. Even the DCSD administration buildings got involved. Our Wilcox and West Support buildings collected toys and gifts for the Hope and Help Center. Way to go, DCSD students and staff. We are really excited to announce that DCSD onesies will be added to Noonbaum bags that are distributed by the Healthy Families Partnership of Douglas County. How cute are these? Little onesies. I know, right? Doesn't it make you want to hold a baby? The onesie says Douglas County School District Future Graduate, and it comes with a little paper welcoming them to our community. We are really excited about the partnership that we have with our hospitals in Douglas County, such that they are distributing these onesies to all of our new moms and dads. DCSD high schools did very well in the recent esports state championships. Congratulations to Mountain Vista High School. They are the first esports team to be named state champions for the second year in a row. They earned the state championship at the Splatoon division. Highlands Ranch High School made it to the Final Four in this game as well. Congratulations to Highlands Ranch High School for also making it to the Final Four in the League of Legions. Congratulations to Legend High School for earning second place title in Rocket League. Chaparral High School also made the Final Four in Rocket League. Those sound absolutely fascinating. The Colorado State Cheer and Spirit Championships took place last weekend, and DCSD represented. Congratulations to the following: 5A All-Girl Cheer. Douglas County High School state champions, Rock Canyon High School state runner-up, and Legend High School third place in the finals. 5A co-ed cheer, Castleview High School state champions, Highlands Ranch High School state runner-up. 5A Palms, Rock Canyon High School state champions, Legend High School third place in finals, and Ponderosa fifth place in finals. And then finally, Jazz, Mountain Vista High School was the state runner-up. So once again, our DCSD cheer and Palms teams cleaned up. The Continental League Super Summit took place on November 14th at the Legacy campus. More than 400 students participated in this day-long event, engaging in a wide variety of breakout sessions desired to inspire, empower, and strengthen school communities. Approximately 1,500 people attended the Legacy Campus Showcase Night on December 4th. It is great to see so much interest in our program and all of our programming at the Legacy Campus, and it is clear that Phase 2 of the Legacy Campus will have huge demand. Thank you, as always, to our amazing voters for making it possible for our kids to have these opportunities by passing the 2024 bond. Looking ahead to the new year, we have some exciting events coming up. The new year means new groundbreakings as DCSD moves ahead with school construction thanks to the funding from the 2024 bond. Groundbreakings for the beginning of the year include January 14th at 4:30 p.m., Elementary School 51 in Sterling Ranch. January 28th, 4:30 p.m., Sierra Middle School expansion. February 4th at 4:30 p.m., Future Elementary School 50 in Ridgegate. And then February 24th at 4:30 p.m., Douglas County High School Cosmetology Program. And again, the 2024 bond made all of these possible, and we are building new elementary schools in Douglas County for the first time since 2010. It's very exciting. The Continental League Honors Music Festival is Monday, January 12th at Betcher Hall, Denver. All of our board directors are invited. I would love to encourage you to go. It is my favorite event of the entire year. It is amazing, and you will be crying. DCSD Middle School Honor Ensemble Concerts, the 10th anniversary edition or version, will be Saturday, January 17th at 4:30 p.m. at Chaparral High School. And winter break begins this Friday for students. We encourage our staff and families to unplug and enjoy the break with family. And we look forward to having our students back in the classroom on January 6th. Finally, I want to mention the potential planned outages that everyone has seen in the news as well as in a communication for our school district. We have been informed that Douglas County has been removed from the planned outages list, so we do not anticipate being part of Xcel Energy's planned outages. Should any of our schools experience power outages due to the high winds and high wildfire risk, tomorrow and Thursday, we will make sure that we let parents know as quickly as possible. And that concludes the superintendent updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, we now will move to agenda item number 6, public comment. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address the board. The time will be monitored by staff using a timer. When your time expires, you may complete your sentence, but please make no further remarks so that all speakers have an opportunity to be heard. To support a respectful and productive environment, we ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters which are more appropriate for executive sessions. For concerns related to individual operational matters, the board encourages the use of the district's complaint handling process under policy KE, which is available on the district website under board policies. So tonight, board members, we do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters may be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. Tonight we'll begin with charter school renewal public commenters first, followed by student speakers, then virtual, and finally in-person speakers. When your name is called, please come forward, adjust the microphone so we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you are speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. I will call
Recording in
speakers.
progress.
I will call speakers 3 at a time. So the first 3 speakers are for charter public comment. We have Manny Saldona, we have Getsemani Reyes, and Sonia Silva. Manny Saldona.
Check. All good? Sweet. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Manny Saldaña, and I am proud to say I've been a part of Hope since the 5th grade. I graduated from Hope in 2017, and just this past November, I returned, this time as the Athletics, Activities, and Events Coordinator at Hope. My path wasn't easy. I tried 1 year at Hinckley High School, and I came back to Hope because of the people. The people here believed in me. Even during times when I faced homelessness, Hope gave me stability, encouragement, and the chance to keep moving forward. I also struggled with severe depression, and there were moments when it felt just impossible to keep going. But Hope kept lifting my spirits, reminding me not only of of the importance of my education, but my own worth and will to continue. And because of that support, I was able to graduate from Power Academy. Hope wasn't just about the academics for me. It was about belonging. I got to play sports, go to prom, and most importantly, celebrate homecoming. I made friendships that I still cherish today, and when I look back, what stands out the most isn't a particular lesson from a textbook, it's the relationships. The mentors who cared, the friends who stood by me, and the opportunities to participate and make memories that reminded me I mattered. Now I'm back at Hope, but on the other side. As Athletic Activities and Events Coordinator, I want to make a difference for, I want to make a difference for students who are walking the same road I did. I want to build bridges, create opportunities, and most importantly, show them that they are seen, valued, and capable of more than they realize. Hope gave me more than an education. It gave me a community, a sense of belonging, and the belief that I could succeed. That's what I carry with me, and that's what I want to give back. Supporting Hope means supporting students like me who just need someone to believe in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gethsemane, thank you, Reyes.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Getsemani Reyes. I am both a mentor and a parent at Hope at Boost Academy. I want to share the profound impact that Hope has been on my family and me personally. My son was mercilessly bullied in our neighborhood school. He was miserable. He hated going to school. He hated even attending after-school programs. And when I heard about Hope, I said, why not? Give it a last. There's nothing I can go wrong with. So my son started attending school. He's now thriving. He has friends. He has feelings. He feels safe. He loves learning. Hope gave my son back to me. He participates in anything that he can at Boost Academy and as well as Hope. I seen these changes in my son that became so powerful, I wanted to be a part of it. I took the position of a mentor at Boost, and now I get to see every day how this small personal environment makes a difference. The real connection was seeing other kids that went through the same situation as my son. I can now compare this school to no other, but many students share experiences of all this coming. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Um, and me being a mentor at Hope and at Boost Academy, it gave me learning situations to be a better person to not just these students that need someone to believe in them, but as well as me as a person know how hope helps all of these students. It's not just making a difference every day. This is not just a school, this is not just a community, but a safe place for students to feel supported, know that they belong somewhere, and thrive throughout their lives. I urge you to continue supporting Hope because it impacts not just academically, but a life changing for these kids, just like how they did to my son. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sonia Silva, followed by Ayla Wooten.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Sonia Silva. I serve as the director at Boost Academy. I've been with Hope for many years, but my connection goes back further than that because I grew up in circumstances very similar to our students. I know firsthand how it feels to be overlooked, to have people assume your potential is limited because of where you come from. That's why Hope matters so deeply to me. It's not just a program, it's a lifeline. It's a place where students who have often been underestimated are given the chance to be seen and heard and believed in. Every day I see young people walk through the doors carrying heavy burdens, poverty, instability, doubt, and every day I see them discover something powerful, that they are capable, that their voices matter, that their future is not defined by their past. Hope gives them the opportunity to believe in themselves, sometimes for the very first time. What makes Hope unique is that we don't just teach academics. We nurture confidence, resilience, and the possibilities. We remind students that they are more than statistics, more than labels. We see their potential, and we see it too. I stand here tonight, not as a director, but as someone who has lived the journey that our students are currently on. I know what happens when young people are given opportunity, encouragement, and belief. They rise. Hope is where the rising begins. I urge you to continue to support this work because every student deserves the chance to believe in themselves, and Hope makes that possible. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, Ayla Wooten.
Good evening. My name is Ayla Wooten, and I am a junior at Chaparral High School. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'm here today because our district recently adjusted the weighting for several world language courses. Spanish 3, Spanish 3 Honors, and Spanish 4 are now weighted on the honors scale, which recognizes the extra rigor and prepares students for advanced language study. However, Spanish for Heritage Learners, a course designed specifically for heritage speakers and held to a higher academic expectation, was not included in these changes. Heritage students complete more presentations, more writing, and more advanced communication tasks than other levels. The curriculum asks for deeper cultural understanding and higher proficiency. It aligns, if not exceeds, honors level rigor. But because it isn't weighted, students in Spanish Heritage end up at a disadvantage compared to peers taking other weighted language classes with lighter workloads. It doesn't reflect the challenge of the course, and it creates an inconsistency in our grading system. I'm asking that the district review Spanish heritage for honors weighting so grading is fair and consistent across all world language pathways. It would support academic equity and accurately represent the level of work being asked of them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I believe we have 2 online commenters tonight. Are they online? Okay, first we have Holly M, followed by, first we have Audrey Oxley, followed by Holly M. Audrey Oxley.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Audrey Oxley, and I serve on the board of directors for the Colorado Parents Advocacy Network. Recognizing the many perspectives the board must weigh through public comment, I'm here tonight on behalf of over 400 Douglas County residents who've signed a petition urging the board to retain opt-in parental consent for Healthy Kids Colorado survey. These signers include parents, grandparents, taxpayers, and concerned citizens who believe families must remain at the center of the decisions involving children. This issue is not about participation rates or convenience. It's about federal law. The Protection of People Rights Act requires prior written parental consent before students are asked questions involving protected categories, including mental or psychological health, sexual behavior or attitudes, self-harm, substance use, and family relationship. The survey includes questions in many Protection of People Rights Act areas. An opt-out model does not meet the standard of affirmative consent required by Protection of People Rights Act. Parents should not have to discover a survey and remove their child after the fact. Federal law requires schools to obtain permission before sensitive data is collected from minor children. We respectfully urge this board to retain the current opt-in policy, which aligns with federal law, protects the student's privacy, respects the fundamental rights of parents to direct the upbringing of their children. If the board proceeds with reverting to an opt-out, CPAN will file a formal complaint with the U.S. Department of Education's Student Privacy Policy Office for violation of PPRA, consistent with our responsibility to ensure legal compliance and protect families. Douglas County can and should lead by doing what is lawful, ethical, and respectful of parents. Please keep opt-in. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Holly M, followed by in-person commenter Matt Smith, and then Amy DeBronme.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, board members, for serving. I want to speak to you about the Healthy Kids Colorado survey and why we should be deeply concerned. On the surface, this survey is presented as a simple tool to understand student health, but the reality is far more troubling. The Board of Education has a duty to protect the privacy, safety, and well-being of all students. This duty includes respecting parental rights and the trust parents place in the board and the school administration to make decisions about their children's education and well-being. Yet this survey asks children to disclose deeply personal information about mental health, substance abuse, bullying, and identity topics that many adults struggle to discuss. Consider these questions. During the past 12 months, have you ever been bullied because of your actual perceived race, ethnic background, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, disability status, or physical appearance? And during the past 12 months, did you ever seriously consider attempting suicide? These are not simple questions. They ask children to reflect on traumatic experiences, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. While the data is anonymized, these answers become permanent labels that can follow students throughout their lives. These labels can be used to pathologize normal adolescent experiences, leading children to believe they are defective or broken. These surveys' stated intention is to improve student health, but the outcome may be quite different. By asking children to self-report on sensitive topics, we're teaching them that their thoughts and feelings are not their own, but rather data points to be analyzed and categorized. This erodes trust between students and adults and creates a culture of surveillance rather than support. Even if the data is anonymized, the process of answering these questions can be harmful. Children may feel pressured to answer in ways that align with perceived expectations, or they may internalize the labels created by their responses. This can lead to long-term psychological harm, including increased anxiety, depression, and a loss of self-trust. The survey is presented as mandatory, but it should be opt-in. Parents have the right to decide what information is shared about their children. The Board of Education has a duty to respect parental rights and to ensure that any data collection is transparent, voluntary, and in the best interest of students. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of this survey on our students. Their privacy, trust, and sense of self are far more valuable than data points. If we
15
continue to
seconds
prioritize
remaining.
data collection over student well-being, we risk creating a culture where children feel that their inner world is not safe and only certain thoughts and experiences are acceptable. We need to ask ourselves, what are we sacrificing when we prioritize metrics and prestige over our...
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Smith, followed by Amy Dubrovny, and then Troy Dudley. Matt Smith.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk about a couple things tonight. One of those being your executive session that you're about to go into. At the end of this, reference the Gansey lawsuit, and plus an incident that happened at a high school in Douglas County that was revealed through the SAC meeting minutes. And the name of the high school is irrelevant, but essentially what I was able to infer from the meeting minutes that there was a literary exercise assigned by a teacher where students were asked to evaluate a literary piece through 3 lenses, and that's going to be gender identity, Marxism, and critical race theory. These are 3 highly political topics that should not be in our school district, and we've repeatedly told are not in our school district. This is the kind of stuff, whether you choose to believe me or not, that pushes parents to remove their kids from the school and seek alternative homeschool options. If we were proactive on this kind of stuff and to make sure this kind of stuff didn't happen, from what I'm reading, it's a newer teacher that came in, and it sounds like this was revealed and remediation steps were taken. So I think the process, in a way, worked. However, I would like to see a more proactive approach to this kind of stuff. This should just be a neutral environment where folks come to learn, and their parents should be responsible for teaching their values, especially around these sensitive topic areas. The next thing I ask is around the Gansey lawsuit. There's several members of this board that have involvement with the plaintiff in that case, and I really hope you're not going into executive session to look for a way to settle this lawsuit. 4 of you ran on a campaign of keeping money in the classroom and out of courtrooms, and so I truly hope that you honor that here when it comes to Sterling Ranch, when it comes to the Gansey lawsuit. But I think the board has a duty to protect the district from frivolous lawsuits, and citizens should not profit from the district at the expense of our children. Those are the 2 things that I asked tonight, and I hope that you consider that. And other than that, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Amy Dubrovny.
A little bit shorter. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for stepping into this important role. You have a profound impact on our community. My name is Amy Dubrovny, and I am here tonight on behalf of Douglas County kids identified with dyslexia, also known as DC Kid. I'd like to start with a few important facts. Dyslexia affects between 5 to 20% of the global population. It is a neurobiological difference in the brain that impacts reading, spelling, and writing, and exists on a spectrum from mild to severe. Dyslexia has no connection to intelligence. More than 50% of NASA employees are reportedly dyslexic. It is also the most prevalent learning disability and the leading cause of reading difficulties and school dropouts. Reading challenges are a common factor among youth involved in the juvenile justice system, and struggling readers are 3 times more likely to consider or attempt suicide. Since 2018, DC Kid has partnered with DCSD leadership and schools to advance dyslexia awareness and strengthen literacy in math. We have provided dyslexia simulations and professional development for teachers, administrators, and staff across the district. Beginning in the spring of 2026, DCSD will begin screening kindergartners for characteristics of dyslexia, and the following year, expanding to first through third grade, all before the requirement due to the passage of Senate Bill 25-200, starting in 27-28. To date, every DCSD Board of Education has participated in a dyslexia simulation, and more than 2,000 DCSD educators and community members have taken part as well. Here is just a sample of the feedback we constantly and consistently receive. Every teacher needs this. I want my whole school to do this. I'm relieved to finally understand what my dyslexic students go through. Today was eye-opening, and I can't wait to share this with my colleagues. In recognition of this district's continued commitment to dyslexic students, we invite you, the newly elected members of this board, and those of you that have already participated, to join us in a dyslexia simulation. This experience allows you to walk in the shoes, just for a short time, of the approximately 7,500 DCSD students with dyslexia, whether formally identified or not. We are happy to schedule a simulation at your convenience.
15 seconds remaining.
We hope that you will take this opportunity to deepen your understanding and compassion for students with dyslexia and to continue supporting the systems that help them thrive. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Next, we have Troy Dudley, followed by Jim McGannon, and then Judy Brandberg. Troy Dudley.
Hi, my name is Troy Dudley. I work with Momentum Strategy and Research. I think it's supposed to be at the beginning of the public comment, as I am here to talk about hope. Momentum Strategy and Research is a nonprofit that supports alternative education really across the nation. My focus as the director of AEC support is supporting as many of the 90 AECs in the state of Colorado as are willing to have my help. I had the privilege of being able to work with Hope last year. Just a little bit on my background, I have over 20 years of AEC experience from teacher, master teacher, instructional coach, and principal. So I then retired, and then they dusted me off to come back into this role. What I have to say about Hope is I'm very impressed by the work that's being done there, and I wanted to communicate that to you tonight. To begin with, we had a team. We spent multiple days, went to multiple campuses last year, and generally was super impressed by what is happening at multiple locations in terms of how they're connecting. Their connection with students, that's the number one thing. You heard it from those earlier speakers. To hear that is amazing, but we can't just live on that. We also have to do what's best for kids and really use a framework for alternative education and what best practices are. And I was super impressed on how Hope checks so many of those boxes. To give you that background, things like individual pathways and supporting kids where they're coming in and really helping them with those pieces, having those relationships. A unique thing that I often don't see is even the extracurriculars that we heard about as well. That's something that's not common. That was an amazing piece to come away with. But we can't just live in that place. The other part that really jumped out at me is their willingness to grow. They're not just resting there. A lot of the schools I work with, and I work with probably 30 of them, a lot of them sit in this place of just kind of loving on kids and engaging them and not focus enough on the improvement process and best practices around that. What I've really enjoyed over this last year since I spent that time with them is their interest in growth and taking recommendations and really trying to find that next way to support their kids and not just living in that kind of status of people love us and what we're doing. They're constantly trying to improve the program, which is what I really try to look for and then support them with best practices on how to do that, which is the work we're doing. We're still working together. I've had opportunities to be in there, working with staff, offering PDs to their leadership team, and I have always come away with really feeling that I'm working with exceptional educators that are there doing best things for
15
kids.
seconds
And I'm
remaining.
super impressed by the work. I just wanted to share that with you. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim McGannon, followed by Judy Brandberg, and then Sven Sharpen. Jim McGannon.
I'm here to partly welcome the new board members. What a breath of fresh air. Almost 3 years ago, I appeared before the previous board, and I held up my property tax bill. I told this to you, a couple of you, at a campaign meeting this summer. I said I was tired of seeing politics in our school board. So I brought my tax bill and I said, I'm really almost not wanting to pay these taxes anymore from what I'm seeing. The political ideology had no place in this school board or any school board. It was the first time I ever appeared in front of a school board. My kids are beyond higher education now. Why should I care about this? The board before this created a hostile environment, lawsuits, extreme policy changes, staff disruption, and much more. Well, you have quite a mess to deal with now. And I'm looking forward to some production for our community and for our kids and for all of our well-being, which is why we pay those taxes. You know, I'm asking this school board to get back to creating policy for education. Period. Not based on political ideology or personal agendas or worrying about a mask mandate or any of that other foolishness. And lastly, I think our previous superintendent, who was wrongfully discharged, should be asked to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Judy Brandberg, followed by Sven Sharpen, Patty Anderson, and finally Kelly Mayer. Judy Brandberg.
Good evening. My name is Judy Brandberg. The November 25th Board of County Commissioners vote on the Sterling Ranch 13th Amendment created a continuing legal issue that now requires public transparency and corrective action. Before that BOCC vote, DCSD warned in writing that approval would violate Colorado subdivision law because filing 6A was never dedicated school land. On June 20th, 2025, Superintendent Kane confirmed the parcel was a donation, not a dedication. Despite that knowledge, the BOCC approved the amendment anyway, and DCSD took no corrective action to stop it. Now, DCSD has met in closed executive session, and an informational presentation follows tonight that omits the amendment language, omits the hearing record, and omits the quid pro quo bribes offered just before the vote. That is not transparency, it is damage control. DCSD's own board resolution made any placeholder school site theory legally impossible. There was no lawful outcome available. When school officials proceed with actual knowledge that no lawful outcome exists, inaction becomes participation and then an active cover-up. I am asking this newly seated board to investigate, disclose the full record, and take corrective action now. Madam President, members of the board, before you vote, I respectfully ask that this record reflect one concern. This item was noticed to the public as informational. It has now been converted to an action item following executive session. I am not here to challenge the board's authority to act. I am asking only that the board confirm on the record that no final decisions were made in executive session and that the substance of the action now before you is being deliberated openly as required. For public trust and transparency, I respectfully request that the basis for this action be stated clearly in open session before any vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sven Sharpen, then Patty Anderson, and Kelly Mayer. Sven Sharpen.
Hey everybody, I'm Sven Sharpen. I'm here myself, but I'm really here to represent the folk on the autistic spectrum. I was actually at a DCSD board meeting 3 months ago advocating to make the policy of this Colorado Public Health Survey opt-in 3 months ago, and they did, and look where we are now, and you're trying to reverse it. So this health survey has to remain an opt-in policy because this survey is talking about inappropriate topics like, if I can say this, racial and sexual concepts that are not appropriate for children. Parents should be determining their upbringing of their children, not school officials, and here's why. I was given preschool level assignments in 5th grade by special education social workers, even though I was smarter than my 5th grade classmates. I was also accused of plotting horrible things that I would never do, and things, in reality, those are things I said out of anger, and it was in a response to a broken totalitarian education system. And the worst thing that Douglas County school officials did was force me to transfer schools and threaten my parents that I was going to fail without effective needs programs, even though I was not failing. And as a result of this, I lost years of relationship building progress and was put into a depression that included suicidal ideations. I'm doing a lot better now, but all of this was done to me because I'm diagnosed with autism, and if you hadn't met me, you'd probably think I had a severe disability, and I was being treated for a severe disability that I didn't actually have. Autistic kids are the brightest, most talented, and crucially, most vulnerable children in our schools. And because of the artificial hardship created by these school officials and bad teachers and abusive policies, autistic kids don't have community and will see things like trans identification as attractive because we don't have a truth-based community of our own. And I'm here to put an end to all of this. Autistic kids deserve better, and parents should be determining the upbringing of their kids because they know way better about their own kids than any school official ever could. If I'd been given the Colorado Public Health Survey when I was 14, probably would have ended up trans and ended up on the path that detransitioners are on today. And one more thing, the 4 of you that just got elected, you better thank your voters because the voter turnout was 35%, and the only reason you got elected is because responsible people didn't show up to vote. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Anderson.
Good evening, Board of Education. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Sagewood Middle School who performed on the main stage on Thursday at Junior ThesCon. I'm sure it was absolutely amazing. I am the mom of a DCSD graduate, a current sophomore, and a current freshman. I'm here to address the topic of the Healthy Kids Survey. The survey collects important information such as student safety, mental health concerns, nutrition concerns, physical safety, and other topics related to our students' health. I want to be clear, I support parental choice to keep their children away from these sensitive topics. However, I strongly urge this board to revert this survey back to opt-out as it has been for many years. Opt-in surveys significantly reduce participation. When fewer students are included, schools lose visibility into safety concerns, mental health trends, and warning signs of serious risk. The students who may be most vulnerable are often the least likely to be captured by opt-in processes. When participation drops, schools and districts are left making decisions with incomplete information, and that can have real consequences. Opt-out surveys strikes the right balance between protecting students and respecting families. Opt-out consent ensures broader participation while still fully respecting parental rights. As a longtime parent in the district, I was given the entire survey ahead of time. I could review the questions and make a decision on what I thought was best for my family. In addition, at the time the survey is given, teachers inform the students that the survey is optional and they can opt themselves out. And I did confirm that with 2 of my current students. They're also advised if they don't feel comfortable about a question, just skip it. They are always to have that option. However, I do understand and respect those parents who wish to decline participation in this if they choose. This approach recognizes that parents are partners in education, not obstacles to it. I want to be clear that this is not about removing parental involvement. It is about using a consent model that prioritizes student safety while maintaining transparency and choice for families. Clear communication about survey content, Data privacy and follow-up procedures is essential and should always accompany this and similar surveys. Finally, when we talk about topics like mental health or bullying, it is especially important that schools have reliable data. These are not abstract issues, they are real, urgent, and sometimes life-saving. Limiting participation through opt-in policies risks missing warning signs and underestimating the support students truly need. In closing, I want to say that my own children had taken the survey multiple times, have never come home changed, and they have been grateful and supported by the resulting
15
actions of the
seconds
board
remaining.
and the schools and the district in order to support them and keep them alive and keep them happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we have Kelly Mayer.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board of Directors. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I am speaking on behalf of Douglas County parents. We support administering the Healthy Kids Colorado survey using an opt-out model, correcting a prior vote that was rushed through without adequate notice or consideration. As parents, we want to be fully informed about what is happening in our schools and meaningfully involved in decisions that affect our children. At the same time, we want our schools to have information they need to support student well-being. An opt-out approach allows both. The Healthy Kids Survey is a respected, scientifically validated tool focused on understanding broad trends related to student safety, mental health, and overall well-being in Douglas County. It provides the district with the opportunity to address difficult issues in partnership with parents and the community using data-driven best practice solutions. This survey was discussed openly on the campaign trail. The 4 newly elected directors spoke directly to voters about the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, and each expressed support for an opt-out model and a willingness to change the current approach. Voters heard the message and supported it. Updating the policy reflects the will of the people of Douglas County, who want schools to be transparent, communicative, and fully informing families. We recognize that families have different values and comfort levels. An opt-out model respects those differences while still allowing schools to gather meaningful information to better serve students. We respectfully ask the board to honor the commitments made to voters and adopt an opt-out policy for the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. Doing so strengthens parental partnerships, protects student privacy, and ensures our schools can respond effectively to the needs of the children we all care about. Thank you for your time and your service to Douglas County.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Let's now move into item 7, adoption of the consent agenda. At this time, are there any requests for items to be pulled from consent? Director Thompson?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 7.8, the fiscal year 2025 audit.
Okay. Yes, Director Ryan.
And I would ask to pull 7.3, approval of resolution delegating authority to superintendent related to district's dispute with Convergent Technologies.
Okay, any other requests? Okay, at this time, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding items 7.3 and 7.8?
So moved.
Second.
So it has been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the consent agenda excluding items 7.3 and 7.8. The motion is now open for discussion. Any discussion? Okay. So all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
So the motion passes 6-0 for the consent agenda. So the first item that was pulled is item 7.3, approval of resolution delegating authority to superintendent. We will now take up that item. In order to go into discussion, is there a motion to approve the resolution delegating authority to superintendent related to the district's dispute with Convergent Technologies, LLC?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board delegate authority to superintendent related to the district's dispute with Convergent Technologies. The motion is now open for discussion. Director Ryan, since you pulled it, would you like to go first?
Sure. I just wanted to pull it from the agenda because our consent agenda should only be for those items where we have already delegated authority to the superintendent. I think a resolution that delegates that authority is inappropriate for the consent agenda. That is not to say that I don't support the resolution. I do, but I do think that we needed to have discussion, need to be pulled, and have a separate vote.
Is there any further discussion? No? Okay. So all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 6-0. All right, next we have item 7.8, approval of FY 2025 DCSD CDE Audit Accreditation Report, the annual comprehensive financial report. Is there a motion to approve the CDE Audit Accreditation Report? Director Thompson.
I move for this item. However, we need to remove the annual comprehensive financial report from the title.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yes, so the part in parentheses we need to remove. So it's just the approval of the CDE Audit Accreditation Report.
So I think we're looking at changing the agenda topic to remove the annual comprehensive financial report, which should not be there. Is that your?
Yeah, that parentheses shouldn't be there.
Okay. So I suppose, Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. Yes, it is in parentheses because it's a reference document. So that's why it's in parentheses. So I'm not sure that we need to change it as long as the motion makes it clear that the CDE Audit Accreditation Report is what's being approved.
Okay, so there are, just for clarity for the full board, there are multiple documents listed here, and it's the very first one that we're voting on for approval. Later on, there is the annual comprehensive financial report. It is still in draft form.
So I think at this time, if we want to, in the motion, remove that from the title, which is I think what your motion was. So I'm going to restate it to make sure we're all on the same page here. There is a motion to approve the FY 2025 DCSD CDE Audit Accreditation Report without the parentheses of the CAFR. Sounds good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Geiger that the board approve the FY 2025 DCSD CDE Audit Accreditation Report. So the motion is now open for discussion. I think Director Thompson, you removed it from consent. Would you like to go first?
Yes. So I did have a few discussion items, and it was mainly just to provide context for our newer board directors. So this audit is something that happens annually. You'll notice that there's a FOC letter that's attached as a reference document. So that's from our Fiscal Oversight Committee, who have taken time to also participate in the auditing process. So I wanted to just raise that up, and then of course acknowledge our FOC for the additional time that they volunteered to be a part of the auditing process. We're actually not short of volunteers when it comes to this. Additionally, I wanted to take an opportunity to just point out the policies in relation to the audit. So we do have an executive limitation, number 10, which is financial administration. So there are specific points in this policy that points directly to the audit as part of the superintendent's responsibilities, including number 1, which are complete records, as well as number 10 under that policy, which is in regards specifically to the annual audit. So just wanting to point that piece out, as well as we do have a board file, DIE, spelled die, which covers the annual audit process. And as we're having this discussion, I did want to point out when I was referencing this policy, I did notice that we have some cross references at the bottom of the document that are outdated. And so I'm going to a little earmark that this policy needs a little updating. And then finally, there is in the report a section, hold on, I put my page number. So there's a section in here that recognizes that there's a Government Financer Officers Association award that the district received. And so this is just a really distinguished award for finance, and I just wanted to point out the excellent job by staff. That's it.
We can all tell Director Thompson is our Fiscal Oversight Committee liaison, so we really appreciate you highlighting all of those items. Are there other discussion items at this point? Okay, to remind everyone, the motion at hand is to approve the FY 2025 DCSD CDE Audit Accreditation Report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0. All right, now we move into our study action items. So we'll now move to the first item is the charter renewal process review with a 5-minute presentation followed by a 5-minute Q&A.
For this presentation, we have the Executive Director of our Choice Programming Office, Gordon Mosier, who is also an award winner.
One time. I don't know if I got it. Mark, I don't know if I'm getting. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I want to just go through and talk about, this is a short presentation just to do an overview for you as a board and also for the public to see the process that we go through. And then we will have each of the schools who are up for renewal. We do have 3 schools who are coming up for renewal this year. You can see them displayed here behind me and in front of me. I love this big screen. I worked hard on these slides, so this is really nice to see. So first off, I say a lot, and you've heard me say these 2 words a lot, autonomy and accountability. And so in the charter world, those are talked about a lot. But I heard another authorizer say this at a previous conference I was at, but it's not just those 2 things. It's autonomy at the expense of accountability. These are public schools that are using public dollars, but have the autonomy to do many, many different things. But that comes at an expense of accountability to a Board of Education that oversees and authorizes them through a charter contract. So I just think that really helps kind of set the stage for the things that we talk about, which this is a very important process of our process in Douglas County. So there was a number of things attached to the board docs. There's one major document, that's the packet, and there's a number of links on there. We do have to include a lot of those things as PDFs so that they work when you click on those. But just want to talk through some revisions. We've talked about this, and it came up in a previous board meeting. But we did make some changes to our renewal process in response to a comment that was asked of how do we honor our longstanding charters that have been performing well for a number of years. We did move to change that process 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. A charter school that's gone through 2 successful renewals and has had annual performance reviews that are satisfactory, they go to a modified renewal packet. And so they have to submit much less information. We have Aspen View actually got to go through that process this year. So because they have now been through 2 renewal cycles, they had much less report information that they had to submit. The other schools that haven't been through 2 successful renewals without major questions or systems that we've had to check in on in that time, they have to submit more information. As we move forward, we'll continue that. So that's just something I wanted to point out that we did differently based on that response. Staff recommendations, current recommendations, there's also in there, as you've seen, we hire a third-party reviewer to come in to do a visit and to do an extensive report and analysis. It's always a great honor for us to have that relationship and have them come in because, I mean, quite frankly, it's just really great to hear the great things that our charter schools are doing and hear that from an outside perspective for somebody who's not working with them every day and all the time, to hear them say, wow, you really have some amazing charter schools doing amazing things, and I agree with that. So you can see the overall pieces there of the enrollment pictures and the years they opened, the focus. This is a multi-month process, started quite a long time ago. I do want to make sure I recognize this is a team approach. I have a great team that helps me get these things done. Kristen, I see you up there specifically, and everyone on my team in the Choice Programming Office that goes through this. We do annual visits. We produce annual report visits that has started about 3 or 4 years ago where we put those in place. We have an annual finance check. If you look through those finances, I do want to point out sometimes you'll see yellow. Yellow is okay. I've verified that with Jana Schleisinger. Everything's okay with yellow when you see those on the finance reports. There's a description underneath there if you want more clarity on why some of those indicators are yellow. Green and yellow is absolutely fine. If we get orange and red, we have something to concern ourselves with. There is no errors or anything that we've been able to find with those. So we have the external report review, board meeting attendance. So that's something that I started doing 2 years ago. I make it a point to get to every one of our charter school board meetings. So we have 17 unique charter school board meetings. So not only do I have the honor of being here with you all the time, but I get to go to those, and I try to hit one of those each year to just receive their feedback and hear some things from them and give them some of the things that we are doing as a district and have that conversation with the board of directors at those charter schools. Fiscal health summaries, and then the authorizer benchmarks. We have an internal system. We've changed the vendor a couple of times, but it's basically an electronic system that allows us to set benchmarks and due dates and report submissions, that accountability piece that we have in place with our charters. Wanted to just make sure I put this up here again. Charter schools, this is straight language from LBD and LBDR1, talking about really the reasons that we do this and why it's so important to do this as a public agency and the contract that you have with them to have that accountability check. Okay, so we've gone through these gears. We are in December where we're making the recommendation from staff. Next step, there is no action on this in December or in January. Following this information, we will come forward with resolutions for you to consider, and then you'll take action on that. If we renew those charters, we move into a contract negotiation phase, which is throughout the spring. Okay, so that's my information. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. So I think we have about 4 minutes for questions. Director Thompson.
Thank you for the overview. I just had a question about the external audit report. Is that rubric something we develop?
Yes, and so I'll be very honest with you. I took the majority of that from CSI, the Charter School Institute of Colorado, through CDE. I took that and modified some of those pieces for our internal needs with our schools, but the majority of that comes straight from what the CSI is using in their annual reports.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Director Ryan?
How are the outside reviewers for our charter schools selected?
There's a few different agencies. Actually, CACSA has kind of a recommended list of some of those that we have access to in the past. CACSA itself does some of that for some charter schools and authorizers around the state. We kind of go through that. We've had in my time, I think, 3 different outside reviewers that we've used. We've had a great relationship with the one we used this year. He's done, I think, 2 or 3 years with us, and we really value that longitudinal view of getting that. And he's also a Douglas County resident, lives in our school district, and we just have a good relationship with him.
Any other questions for discussion? All right, well, thank you very much. And I think, are you going to call up the first?
Yep. Yeah. So I think we can have all three schools come down again. We're gonna they go in order. While to work is I will put up. Yeah. Am I doing that? I'll go ahead and introduce this the staff recommendation first. There is one common theme, and you'll see this slide is the first slide on each one of those under the staff recommendation. There are four main reasons by Colorado law that a board may recommend non-renewal of a charter school. If any of these were yes, then we would be recommending a non-renewal because that is what is there. So as you look at those, you'll see the staff recommendation. I'll start with that, and we are starting with Parker Performing Arts. So the recommendation from staff, this has gone through cabinet and making the recommendation to you tonight, is that based on CRS 22 3.5 110, the grounds for non-renewing a charter, that none of those conditions have been met, and so the recommendation from staff is for a full, what we see as a standard and nominal and appropriate term here in Douglas County is a full 5-year renewal. So the recommendation is a 5-year renewal for Parker Performing Arts School based on that.
Great, so we will have a 5-minute presentation on from Parker Performing Arts School, and we have 10 minutes allocated for questions afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you. We'll start with thank yous. Thank you to the board, Superintendent Kane, for your time, your partnership, and having us here tonight to talk just a little bit about our school. We're here to celebrate. This is our 10th year as a charter school in Douglas County. And we feel like our school and our partnership with the district is just getting stronger and stronger over the years. And so we want to thank you for that and celebrate that as we try to extrapolate some highlights from a school that's been in existence for 10 years in a 5-minute segment. So we'll take a shot at that. I do want to recognize the Choice Office, Gordon Mosier, his team, and kind of reiterate our experience with the process of reauthorization. 6 months. It's been a wonderful journey in terms of re-explaining, redefining, exploring who we are today versus when we were first chartered in Douglas County, and working with their team in partnership. And like I said, that partnership has really developed over the years. So thank you for that. I want to start here. What we do. Regardless of background, regardless of experience, our goal is to inspire children to become great students, great performers, and great people. And that's our goal every day that we walk through the door, and it's a pleasure to be the principal of Park Performing Arts School. I'm joined today by Caitlin Hilser, our Performing Arts Director, Assistant Principal, and our President, our Board President, Stephanie Cook, who have an integral part of making this place work and happen. So, and to meet that goal. As a performing arts school, it's a very unique environment, as you might imagine, and it's a serious investment into the performing arts and what that has to offer our students in our community. We look to leverage that shared passion for the arts into a connection and engagement for our kids in every classroom, arts, academics, and otherwise. And to serve our community, that is our common purpose. And so it's a very unique place that I very much invite you all to visit when you have time to come and join us. We offer our students arts training and academic challenge, an environment where these kids can be comfortable taking creative risks. They can take on challenges of the mind. They can collaborate, produce academic and artistic works that demonstrate their artistic skills, their academic skills, and develop confidence. And the product of that is pretty amazing to watch. And we're really proud of that. Who are we as a group? I think it's important that you understand what a special and diverse place Parker Performing Arts truly is. We're a school of 621 this year as of count day. And our free reduced lunch percentages, our levels of special education students and students on various plans, multi-language learners, our non-white students. Thanks, Danny. You're awesome. No worries. Get caught up here. Yeah, we're going without it. We're a truly diverse place, and I mean that in every possible way. And and we bring creative kids from all backgrounds, from all walks of life, from all over the metro area, together with this common passion, and we create growth across the board, and we're really proud of what we've achieved over the last 10 years. We have some very unique programming, as you can imagine, and Caitlin Hilser is going to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you. Like Phil said, our students are invited to PPA regardless of their artistic and academic experiences, which means we have students that have never stepped on a stage before, all the way through students who are already performing on our professional stages throughout Colorado. We have the ability to meet every artistic need at PPA through some of our new level classes that have come in the last 5 years. We have beginning level for, again, those students who have no idea what first position is, all the way up through putting some of our dancers on point by the end of their artistic experience at PPA. We have 5 artistic pathways: visual arts, vocal music, instrumental music, theater, and oh my gosh, and dance. I was just talking about it. Through our middle school, we have over 35 different elective opportunities that students can dive into and take: tap class and musical theater class, and a semester-long Shakespeare class where they dive into the text of just one playwright and perform a 30-minute show at the end of their semester. It is a pretty incredible experience to be a performing arts student at Parker Performing Arts. We're able to put together that kind of programming because of our incredible art staff. We have 13 full-time performing arts teachers, which is unheard of in any school throughout Colorado. These teachers are true practicing artists, true practicing professionals who inspire our students through their own professional experience and their ability to put together curriculum that meets our performing arts students' needs. Every student at PPA has the opportunity to get on stage at least once, if not twice or 3 times throughout the year. In fact, the month of December right now, we have a performance every single night happening in our building of some variety, all the way from kindergarten through 8th grade. The PPA model works. We have students that come to us who might struggle in the classroom, who might need some extra support, and then they show up as a lead in our main stage musical by the end of their 8th grade time. We're really proud of the arts opportunities we're able to offer them.
Thanks, Caitlin. Our trajectory, the health of our school, we're strong, and I'm really happy to report that in year 10. We always talk about metrics and how do we evaluate our performance, both internally and with the district as we go through this. Academically, we're a performance school, have been almost throughout, minus that first year. This year we scored the highest FPF score that we've had in our 10-year history. A strong performance school. You have all the data, you have all the information, all the extensive reports that have been provided. Academically, we're really strong. Finances, again, very strong trajectory. We're real healthy. We're strong for the future and for things that may come that pop up on us from time to time. So we feel really good about that. Our board, our oversight, the team of humans that we've put together in our board of directors and their capacities, it gets better year to year. And our compliance and the systems that have been put in place for the district have gotten stronger, and we are meeting those expectations regularly. And so we feel really, really good about our school's trajectory, our school's future. And yeah, we very much encourage you to come and visit again and to dig into that material so that we can demonstrate how strong, how unique a place Park Performing Arts is. It looks like we're not going to have time for the video, but it's there for you as a resource. I encourage you guys to take a look at it, and we'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, I would love to open it up for questions. Directors? Director Geiger.
Thank you very much. My son went to Denver School of the Arts, so I appreciate an arts school in every way. Academically, in 2022, you had a performance plan. You were at 64 points. 3 years later, you're up 11 points. You've closed gaps in all areas. What do you attribute that increase and improvement to?
Oh boy, that's a big conversation. The layers of professional learning communities, the resources that we poured into our school and staff is probably the big three that I would point to. And making those things work together. Our UIP submissions and working and living those UIP submissions from year to year, reevaluating every year, making the changes and tweaks that we need to make sure that growth is being achieved. And growth is the goal. We bring kids from all backgrounds, all levels of performance, all levels of achievement, and the goal is the growth year to year and to take them on that journey, and we've been successful in that. But those are probably the big three.
The one area where your still-in does not meet is in your students with disabilities. Can you tell me what resources you're putting into closing that gap?
Yeah, I guess I would differentiate that, especially in our middle school. Those scores have been strong, growth have been strong, achievement has been stronger as well. I think in the early grades, that's where we still have focused quite a bit of work in terms of supporting those kids. And really it's about resources, staffing, time. One of the trade-offs with an art school is we invest a good portion of our day in arts training. And so making sure that in our push-in model that we resource effectively, we identify quite a number of kids throughout the year. And that resource, putting in place systems in terms of our RTI processes from identification all the way through when they leave us at 8th grade, putting in a continuum of services where we can push in, pull out as necessary, especially with those younger kids, and really focus on goals, and it's around staffing and pouring more into staffing.
And have you increased staff in that area?
We have actually. And we're looking at actually bringing on some additional resources. There's a reality though. We have year in and year out about 15% of our population is identified as such, so it kind of ebbs and flows. And so we deal with those realities from year to year and try to support them and make sure that those ratios are appropriate as we identify with the district.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Director Thompson?
Thank you for presenting, and I appreciate the questions you asked, Director Geiger. You got some of mine covered, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for serving the Parker community and Parker students. I've been to your facility. It's exciting, and I like the stage and the area in there, and so I know I want to personally be making a visit, like to see one of the performances. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Director Ryan?
So as an art student myself when I was in high school, obviously when I was involved in the arts, a lot of it was done after school. It would be nice to have done that during the day. Could you give just an overview of what a day looks like for a kid at PPA?
Absolutely. So an elementary student spends approximately half their day in their academic class where they are primarily focused on their math and literacy learning. The second half of their day is their encore side of the day. So that's where we cover science and social studies, and then one of our 4 encore options. So visual arts, movement, which includes tumbling, and then ballet, jazz, and tap in that, general music, and a theater/musical theater class. So at least 2 of those encores are going to be performing arts curriculum, which means they're spending 2 hours a day doing performing arts. By the time we hit the middle school level, 8-period day, 4 arts electives every day. We take a range of classes, so again, you can pick from any of those electives, but you're up to 4 hours in class. Some productions are done outside of school, so we have our audition-based programs like our musical and our play, and a lot of our productions are put together in class. This very evening, our dance department is performing the Nutcracker. That is entirely rehearsed in the class environment. Students are auditioned, they put together the choreography for the things, they gather up the costumes, and it's all done in those 45 to 50 minutes of class every day.
Any other questions? I want to thank you so much for the presentation. This is kind of off topic a little bit. We have the gold card for, I don't know if you participate in that program with our district, but it's the senior citizens have an opportunity to have discounts to go to activities, and I just know how popular that program is. So I'm kind of curious if you're part of that program and If you're not, I would highly suggest that you start that, because our community just loves coming to those events. So, okay. Thank you so much. This was really helpful. And Director Geiger, did you have another?
Just was waving.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Nope. Sorry. Hold on. One more. Director Callahan.
Just real quick. I was there yesterday and got to see one of the parts of the Nutcracker. Just really appreciate the work you all do. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to go to. Oh yeah. I was lucky enough to go to 2 in 22. You can imagine the Parker Performing Arts students, when it's a theme day, go all out. So I got to see Mr. Malfino modeling a tutu on 2222 day, and it was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing to see. So if you haven't had a chance, the theater over there makes some of our high schools get a little envious. It's a pretty amazing state-of-the-art theater, so it's a great thing to take a look at. All right. I think if I hit play, Mr. Blair, it's going to show that video, so I might need to go past that. That's pretty good. Thank you. Okay. The next school up to go into your discussion tonight is a presentation by Aspen View Academy. Again, Aspen View was offered a modified renewal application based on them being through 2 successful renewal cycles and their success in their annual review team visits by our team and by the external reviewer. So they went through that process. Again, the same measures all go into place and the same state laws are applicable. Mr. Blair. There we go. And so the staff recommendation based on CRS 2230.5110, again, these 4 areas showed no areas of deficiency. And so the staff recommendation and the cabinet recommendation moving to you is a full 5-year renewal term. And if that moves forward, then we go into the same contract negotiation period with Aspen View Academy. So I'll bring up that team.
All right, good evening, Superintendent and the board. Congratulations to the new board members, and thank you for the continuing board members. I know sometimes it might seem like a thankless job, but such an important job, so just keep fighting the fight, and thanks for all you do. My name is Bob Barber. I am the principal of Aspen View Academy. This is my 29th year in education. All have been in Douglas County, and I am honored to have worked for this county, and just to me, it's the absolute best school district one could hope for. And I hope to retire in this same county. So that's the goal. Before I introduce all my guests, we truly appreciate the accountability and the oversight that's part of the process. We see this as an opportunity to reflect honestly on our work, acknowledge our areas of strength, and areas where we need to improve, and reaffirm our commitment to the students and families that we serve in Douglas County. We exist to complement the district's educational offerings. We serve families seeking a particular academic structure and culture while fully adhering to district policy, state law, and expectations for all public schools. Our goal tonight is to demonstrate that Aspen View Academy is stable, strong, compliant, and committed to improvement in partnership with the district. And now I'm going to introduce some amazing people. So with me, I have my Gene Fannings, Assistant Principal, K through 4. Nicole Hyam is my Director of Data and Assessment. Jen McQuillan is my Assistant Principal for 5 through 8. Alex Marino is our Director of Finance, and Eric Patton is our School Board President. So with that, we're going to jump in. So what makes Aspen View Academy so special? So our guiding principles. So character, culture, and climate, and I'm going to skip down to culture and climate because I'm running out of my time quickly, so I apologize. Culture and climate to me are the 2 most important things that a school can have. Kids have to love coming to school today, every day. Staff has to love coming to school today, every day. My parents have to love that as well. So we want to see them smiling when they go in, when they're smiling when they leave. If we do that, we're doing our job right. Character. We firmly believe we're a big school in capturing kids' hearts. We believe that you have to capture a kid's heart before you can capture their head. So to do that, we make sure they're welcome. They're all welcome. They're all acknowledged as they enter the school and as they enter the classroom. We have social contracts. We have good things. So what's fun to see in the beginning of the years, as a student myself, I was a definitely shy person. And so I gravitate to those kids that are shy. And when you see them in the beginning of the school year not wanting to share, but then as the year goes on, they're willing to share, they're willing to open up. And if we miss them with a high five or fist bump on the way in, they'll come up and want that. So that's really good to see that. So that culture and climate is so important for us. And curriculum, we have a strong curriculum. And again, we want to do a lot of opportunities for our kids. So the core subjects, the French, the Spanish, when we did a remodel and expansion a couple years ago, we really wanted to help increase our arts program. Nothing like Parker Performing Arts. But we wanted to give, so a lot of schools, we focus on the sports, but we have a lot of kids that their strength is music, it's performing. And so we have that. So we have student-led performances where if you want to be in front of the stage, you are. If you want to be behind the scenes, so just as important because it takes a team to make that work. So really happy with that. And our community is amazing. We have great PTO, we have great parent buy-in. And again, they're the reason we exist. We're here to serve them. So we look at the whole child support. So it's tough to be a kid nowadays. They're exposed to so much and things that we probably were never exposed to. I always kind of say the world's on fire. It's hard for them, that executive function, to process that. So we have to make sure we have people that know that are there for them, whether it's our counselors, our school psychologists, just our teachers, just to have that conversation to make sure that we're letting them know that they're supported, they're cared for, and they're loved. Strong intervention team, so whether kids are behind, right on grade level, or above, we're going to meet them at their needs, at their level, not force them in a group that's convenient for us, but what's right for them. Our educational program and innovation, one thing we've noticed that, like if we look at we admit, like our scores and some of our academic growth as measured by CMATs, we don't like it, so what have we done to change it? We brought in IXL integration, and what we like about that is it gives us real-time feedback to have the students work on skills or concepts that are a little bit behind, so it gets them immediate feedback, and students and teachers some immediate time, and while we're watching the kids work, we're seeing great results with that. And our staff, any school, the staff is so important. So the quality of our staff, we have over 95% teacher rate, retention rate, the professional development focus. Our staff is what makes the school what it is. And I mean, that's the same for any school. So we're lucky to have low turnover. People want to be in the school. They want to continue and work their career at Aspen View Academy, and that's what we want to continue. Pictures of your school, what we are, what we do. And just in closing, so sorry I went a little bit long, but we're strong, thriving, and focused on excellence for all students. We are proud to serve our community and are committed to excellence for our next charter term.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barber. Let's open it up to questions. I'll start on this side. Director Geiger.
Because I try to be consistent on these. Your overall points have kind of gone up and down and then declined a bit, 24 to 25. Not asking if you can attribute that, but what is your goal for getting those scores up? And answer me that, and then I do have one other question.
Sure. Again, we acknowledge that. We don't like it. I take that personally. So Nicole actually is with our data analysis, and so what she's been really good is really diving deep into the data to look where are we struggling specifically, and to see, is it trouble with curriculum? Is it trouble with our implementation of the fidelity of implementing the curriculum? Is it a teacher issue? Is it a global issue? So she's been really helping with the teachers get specific on that, and also working with the students to develop goals. So when they get their beginning of the year data, and so while we look at the CMAS scores, are the ones that get kind of out there publicly, we have our internal data assessments, and our growth and achievement look better there. But again, we have to make sure, why are we not meshing? Because they kind of measure around the same things. So Nicole's been really good at getting in with the teachers, looking at the data, saying, hey, here's some specific things, here's some of the areas of the standards that maybe we are lacking that we need to address. Some of it's we're moving things that, if you look at the core knowledge curriculum, it's kind of sequential, and we would notice that some things we teach after the test, so it's just as simple as moving things around. Okay. So just being a little bit more laser focused and more intentional.
Okay. And as I ask every charter school, because I hate the myth that charter schools cherry pick kids, but you have a relatively low percentage of particularly students with disabilities, to the point that it doesn't even score. Do you have an idea about why you're not attracting more of those kids? Is your goal to attract more of those kids? And how are the small number that you have doing?
So great question, because I look at that, I think we're about 3.5%, which I know is pretty far below the district average and even our feeder average. So, I will say it's not intentional, and I look at saying it's not from lack of talking about it. We follow the Douglas County open enrollment policy 100%. So when students get in, I have a great team. And even to the point when we have our prospective parent tours, and on our tours before open enrollment closes, we'll have about 70 to 80 people on each tour. And I will speak very highly of our SPED department. I have 3 learning specialists, school psychologists. We are fully staffed. So once students are identified, we serve them amazing. They have so many people wrapping their arms around them and making sure they're getting the education they need. So we're providing that. We want to keep them in the least restrictive environment. So it's hard because we talk it up. I think in this, we have 8 kids right now in the testing window that may or may not qualify for that. And I believe through the open enrollment, we've also had a couple of the new kindergartners that were identified as either have some plan already or are going to be tested as well.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed that from 22 to 25, you made some significant improvements in your math scores. What do you attribute that?
And we really looked into that, and what we noticed was we believe we have a great curriculum and a curriculum that some of the other schools use that are top in the state. So when we dove deep into it, we found out that it wasn't the fidelity of implementation. So teachers were using a little bit, there's a lot available now on the internet, right? And so not to take it away, they're working as hard as they can, but sometimes we get a little bit focused on some shiny new thing over here, and what we said, this curriculum is meant to be taught in a specific way, and we cannot skip it. So we really made a focus on when we went in for observations, whether there's a walkthrough, are they doing what we need to do? And one thing that we really identified that I think, I'm older than probably all of you, but when we were in school, what was important in math? Your basic math facts, right? And at that time it was drill and kill, you had to know it. And what I saw when we look in some of the classes, kids in the older grades are still counting on fingers, which is not practical. So we had to get that automaticity, so we made a focus on that as well.
Okay, thank you. I do always tell the story. I'm a divorce lawyer. I had a case where I could not get those people to agree on anything. The only agreement we ever reached was that their children would attend a core knowledge school. It was almost a fanatical loyalty to that. For their kids, it was the best thing, and I know that there are a number of parents who agree. So thank you for what you do for our students.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions? Director Thompson?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. First, I just wanted to know a little bit more about what is the RESPECT program?
So the RESPECT it follows along with our Captioning Kids' Hearts. So we want to make sure the kids, we hold our kids accountable, right? And there's a lot of sense of entitlement, sense of I can get away with what I want or just say sorry. So the real big part of that, I have 3 simple rules when we talk to our kids, whether it's the respect, the empathy, is own it, fix it, don't repeat it. Sounds kind of easy, right? The hardest part for kids when we want to talk about something is owning it. Because the first part, if they don't own it, we can't fix it, and then more importantly, don't repeat it. So it's just talking to our admin, it's talking to our counselors, it's talking to our SRO sometimes just as a friendly face, just to say, this is what you should be doing. Again, we all make mistakes, and I will say I was not a model student when I was in school. I wasn't bad, but I was a typical goofy, and just to say it's okay to make mistakes. We want you to make these mistakes here, and how are we going to take that? How are we going to turn that into respect? And most importantly, respect when no one's watching. So we've really built that into when we do our school awards. We identify not just the honor roll, but we do character awards for our students too. And we have a principal's award and make sure we're calling out these kids and making it a cool thing, because especially in being a former middle school teacher, especially at the middle school level, it's sometimes not cool to be awarded or highlighted. And we're trying to say that, that, yeah, smart is cool. Being respectful is cool, despite all the TikTok challenges that are out there.
Thank you. I really appreciated your opening statement because we are all public schools and accountability is important, but not only that, but the value of the renewal process, the value of looking through all of the data, being very intentional through this reporting process. So I really appreciated those opening remarks and thank you. It was nice learning about your school.
Thank you.
Director Ryan?
So you are the first school that I get to talk to that did this modified renewal process. I just want to ask, did that meaningfully change the lift on your school when it came to the renewal process?
It did. It felt long, but I know it wasn't. So maybe I've purged the previous two, and actually I've done many more at my previous schools. So it was a nice streamlined process, and I liked the outside evaluator that came in because we haven't had that, and just to get kind of a more of a, I guess, objective look at what we do. And that's good to hear because they'll be brutally honest of, hey, here's what you're doing well and here's areas we need to improve. Because I'm a big, continuous improvement. And if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to keep getting the same results you've always received, right? So we're not perfect, but the goal is to get it to as close as perfect as we can.
Directors Callahan and Densler, any questions? No? Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We really enjoyed it, and thank you.
Appreciate it, and thank you all for what you do.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move into the next school. Is Hope Online Learning Academy. You did hear from some of their parents and former students in public comment tonight, and want to make a mention. There's a lot of attachments in the Hope information in there. There were some highlights, changes from the last renewal. Heather O'Mara, CEO and founder, she can answer some of those questions on there. But I do encourage you to ask some questions, just because they're a very different charter school than the other charter schools that we have in the portfolio in Douglas County. But again, we pride ourselves on the variety of charter schools that we have, and Hope is definitely meeting a need for a very at-risk population. So I will turn it over to her. I think, are we just going to show the video? Yeah, sure. Okay, I probably need to do that, right? Yes, so in alignment with the last sayings and according to Colorado law, CRS 2230.5110, the team in our annual reviews and the external review and in our data required submissions did not find any deficiencies according to these 4 areas that would include us making a recommendation for a non-renewal. So the recommendation from staff through cabinet is a full renewal period of 5 years between Hope and the Board of Education of Douglas County.
At Hope, education is more than just learning. It's about finding your place, believing in yourself, and building a future full of possibilities. Hope started in 2004 with a mission to serve students in the state of Colorado in a community-supported environment and access to online education, and the support of amazing mentors and partners to help them in their journey. Hope is a nonprofit, free, public charter school of the Douglas County School District, serving students around Colorado. Hope has helped underserved populations since 2005, serving as a pioneer in providing individualized lessons paired with in-person support from experienced teachers and mentors. 93% of Hope students qualify as high risk by Colorado state standards.
People come to Hope because they belong. They feel like they belong here and they found a home. And once somebody feels like they belong someplace, they can start to believe in themselves and believe what they can be. Once they believe in themselves, they can envision what they can become.
On average, more than 85% of students are involved in extracurricular sports and activities through Hope each school year. Special events like prom, athletics, field trips, and clubs are uncommon among other online schools.
I like Hope because they took us to Home Mountain. That's the cool part.
I like Hope because they always give us new activities and things to do here, meet new people.
Yeah, I like this, the hiking and the scenery.
My favorite part about it is meeting new people and of course the hike and yeah.
Our students have two pathways towards graduation. With Core 24, students complete a diverse selection of core and elective courses, totaling 24 credits, equipping them with the essential skills to thrive in college and the workforce. Our workforce readiness pathway is a great option for students who are significantly behind in high school credits. Hope offers an alternative path to success by supporting them in demonstrating their competencies through the WorkKeys National Career Readiness Certificate, an industry-recognized credential that certifies essential work skills.
So thank you all. I want to reiterate what I think all the other charter schools have said. You are wonderful partners. So thank you for being on the board. Thank you to the staff, especially to Gordon and the Choice team. And honestly, I really need to thank the Hope staff. Everyone's not up here with me. This is Kristen Holmes, who's our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. But we have a whole group of people here in person to help answer questions as well as online. So we're just really proud to be part of Douglas County School District since really 2008. So now there's a lot of extra slides there. If we put it to a video, I can't talk too long about all the things I'm really passionate about. And you heard from our staff and our students and how great they are. And I wanted to give a special thank you to Director Thompson and Director Meek for attending Hope's graduations, not only here at I keep saying Echo Park, and also in Pueblo. So thank you so much for your support, and we're proud to be part of the district, and we're here to answer any questions to talk about our unique model.
Great. I will open it up for questions. Director Geiger, do you want to go first?
And of course, you approach things very differently. I don't know how you find your kids. What is your recruitment policy?
So one of the things
process?
that probably didn't come loud enough in that video is Hope partners with community-based nonprofits. That's been part of our tenet from the beginning since 2005 when we started. It was partnering with community-based nonprofits, mainly along the Front Range. So we have 21 learning sites from Greeley to Pueblo. We have a site in Grand Junction. But we partner with those community-based nonprofits to offer a site support, whether it's a learning center where students attend 4 days a week, or a drop-in site where kids may just come once a month to get support. And really that recruitment, it's really mainly word of mouth. And we do some social media advertising and things like that. We're not like some of the other online schools that you'll see ads on radio and TV and things like that, but it's really the word of mouth from the community. People like Sonia Silver, the director of Boost Academy, and Getsemani, whose son was successful. It's really just people talking to each other.
You have an incredibly challenging student population in terms of multilingual, disabled, et cetera. Can you tell me how you put resources in your multilingual learners?
It's really our community-based learning sites. The sites that are primarily multilingual, have primarily multilingual enrollment, have actually multilingual staff. And so that's really helpful, not only to support the students and the students' academic success, but to create that community with parents. So when a student walks into Boost Academy, as an example, the staff at Boost Academy can speak to them in Spanish and can work with the students and their parents to convey messages. We have a multilingual support staff as well. Our director of multilingual, or coordinator of multilingual support, Sherry White, is back there, and she coordinates with our staff. And we actually really are able to also get support from Douglas County and participate in the professional development offered by Douglas County. And we do, if anyone's listening online, we do need to recruit more ELD specialists. So we'd welcome anyone, because that is always a challenge. But we're really fortunate to have the staff that we have, as well as staff that's interested in going back to school to get that certification, and we're able to support that.
Thank you. A different question for you. What percentage of your students' disabilities were not diagnosed before they came to you?
I'm gonna, okay, I'm gonna let,
Kelly can correct.
we have Kelly Murillo, who is our ESS coordinator here.
But most of the time, students are coming to us already with an IEP plan. I think if I am correct, we figure out about 10 of those. Now, how many come to us saying no, but are actually yes, is much bigger. But as terms of who we are doing all of the full profile and initial assessment, it is fairly low in comparison to the 14% that we have in our overall population.
And a lot of that is probably because the students start in 6th grade, because we start starting students in 6th grade. Kelly, do you have anything to add?
I think also primarily we don't have a huge identification of initial IEPs, and part of that is attributed exactly what Heather has mentioned, that the support that's provided in our sites is so incredible that the kids are getting the support that they need, and so that the organic neurodiversity is not manifesting in the same manner that it would in other schools, and so they're getting what they need, and so we're not needing to identify them. But we do get quite a few who come to us that are seeking an alternative education, and we have parents that rave about how much support they get and how much better they feel like their children are doing. So, thanks, Kelly.
The one area, well, two areas. One, there was an issue about behavior processes. Can you tell me how that's measured and what you're doing to address it?
I'm so glad. We all wanted you to ask that question.
Yeah.
It was I mean, frankly, the year that we dropped to improvement, it was a mistake.
Okay.
There was a data entry, and so instead of a 0.0 point, my numbers are going to be off a little bit. Instead of 0.5, it was entered as 0.5. Or I said that wrong. You know what I meant.
Decimals matter. Yeah. So in the system, and Matt and Phil, they work really hard with that team with us. And sometimes the data systems on the state side are not always cooperative with Excel files. And in that case, a decimal moved a tenth. So it was pretty significant for us. And we didn't recognize it until too late, and it was too late to change the SPF at that point.
And the one area overall that there are still struggles with appears to be more math than literacy. Can I ask what you're doing to kind of work towards that, improving that area?
We are always working. We have implemented a few different things. We're increasing interventions. We're working really hard with our Edmentum partners in mathematics. In online, it's very difficult versus a classroom where I can walk by you and see your work. So students that are coming, we're asking them to show more work, asking them to show more explanation, and really to make sure that they understand it and not that they understand how to use ChatGPT or something else that would help them find a solution. So we're really working with our Edmentum teachers and partners to hold every student accountable for working through the thinking and the thoughts. And I think sometimes we go up, we have a high math year and a low reading year, and then we have a high math year and a low reading. With 1,300 kids and very this diverse, sometimes it's hard to concentrate and focus on all the things at the same time. So that's always something that we're kind of navigating through.
I could talk to you for the next 10 minutes, but I'll let others.
So why don't you come to one of our sites?
Regulation. Thank you. Director Callahan.
Thank you all. I really appreciate the work you do and the different pathways that you're providing for our students. Could you talk a little bit about your enrollment and the demand that you've seen for your services and how you are looking at that kind of going forward? And do you feel like you're fully built out? Do you feel like there's more demand out there? How do you look at your enrollment going forward?
One of the things I've said for years is Hope wants to be the best online alternative school. We don't want to be the biggest. And so the biggest part of our enrollment is making sure we have the right partners. And we work and grow and develop our partners, those community-based nonprofits, to make sure they're identifying a need in their area. So our enrollment's been relatively flat at about 1,400. We have identified a couple new partners. We have some partners who are retiring. And it's really just that balance. So I think we have the flexibility in our model to be able to grow with the community and also contract with the community. So our smallest learning center has about 20 students. Our largest learning center has about 189 students. So they're all very small communities, but it's really how do we develop that community based on the need that's there. So I think to answer your question, do we think there's area for growth? Definitely. One of the things that happened from COVID is now most every school district has their own online program, online school, and how does Hope differentiate? And I think what we try to do, and I think you heard Troy Dudley talk about it from Momentum, is it's really those activities in the athletics. So we talk about our vision is you belong, believe, become, but we have four pillars, and it's affiliation, attendance, achievement, and aspiration. And it's really continuing to build on those in the communities that we serve. And we don't seek out, same way we don't really seek students, that's word of mouth. We don't really seek new partners, that's word of mouth. So we have a new partner, Lifeline Denver. They actually referred us to a group that's here in Castle Rock called Unbreakable Academy, because they both work with populations of youth that are involved in juvenile detention. So that helped us expand, but that was organic growth.
Other questions? Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. And I would like to note it's an absolute honor to join your students during graduation. Those graduations are extremely memorable. And I may not share my spot. I don't mind the drive to Pueblo. Although we did get blown away at the local one.
It's going to be at
last year.
Legacy Campus this year. Here, we have to change the date officially, but we're doing an indoor graduation.
So no getting rained on or blown away. That'll be nice.
Never again.
I was really happy to see the school performance framework. I know that there were some adjustments to curriculum and other types of supports that are provided to students, so that was exciting to see. The questions that I actually have is just learning a little bit more about your concurrent enrollment and certification opportunities for students.
Great. I'm going to hand it over to Kristen because she's the person who architected it all.
And I have a couple number of great team members. I'd say concurrent is something that's definitely new to us since our last renewal. We're up, I think, in year 4. Unlike most of the rest of the Douglas County that coordinates with Arapahoe and they have teachers, we have MOUs with Dustin, 20, 10, a lot. 9 community colleges throughout Colorado, so that any student at any of our sites can either attend online or in person, and we really encourage them in person. So that's something that we're super excited about. We have around 45 to 50 students each semester that meet the kind of qualifications, and one thing that's been really important to us is not to be the gatekeepers. So while yes, we say you need to have an SAT score or you need to have honors, if a staff member comes to us and says, hey, this student doesn't have this, but they need the challenge and we have other documentation that shows it, then we're going to give them a shot. And so that's something that's really particular. I think industry certifications, I'll be completely honest, is just an area other than the NCRC workforce credential, that is general. We have not had the bandwidth to really dive full into industry certificates in addition to all the other services provided, but it is definitely on the radar that we are always looking for. And we're excited because our Edmonton partners have partnered and acquired a new a program that is all around industry certificates, so that can help our students get in that pathway. So while we might not be all the way to certificates yet, we have a pathway, and we do have all of our electives are arranged in career pathways, and students can take courses towards certification like a CNA, like C++, some sort of computer networking pieces, medical responders. So we have a lot of those preparatory. We just haven't had the bandwidth to get the certificate piece.
What is the geographic, size of area that you guys serve?
The state? I mean, really, but honestly, our sites go as far north as Greeley, as far south as Pueblo. We have a site in Canyon City, and then we have a site that has just about 100 students in Grand Junction.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how big of a lift it is to be able to provide those opportunities, and then talking about partnering with 9 community colleges and just the amount of work that is for, and you might just have a small group of students in a specific area that's served by that college. So that's a big lift, and it's great that you do it.
And I think that's one of the things that's great about having community partners that are part of that local, they're part of that local community. So they have those ties and those connections that could push us forward. I want to be respectful of time.
I was just going to say one more thing on that. In Grand Junction, they're actually a work-ready community recognized area. And so with ACT Work Keys, the students who come out of Hope, if they have that Work Keys industry certificate, there's different levels. What is it? Bronze, silver, gold, platinum. So they can walk into an employer in Grand Junction, and the employers there, the companies know what that level means. And they will put those students who come in with that certificate on a pathway for employment commensurate with their level they've exhibited on that test. So they can come in and say, I'm a gold level employee. That means something to an employer who knows what that is.
In Pueblo as well, we saw a student that graduated and actually got a $10 raise when he was able to take his certificate. He had a gold certificate, so that was pretty exciting to be from an entry-level tech to like, hey, we can move you up. So that's something we're making sure every student knows, because every senior takes that test, and our goal is for everyone to get that bronze or level or higher.
Great, thank you so much. I think directors, we're out of time, but are there any last burning questions? No, we always love hearing about your school, so thank you so much.
Thank you all so much, and please come visit. We'd love to have you come to any one of them.
Thank you. So there's a number of slides that you didn't get a chance. Thank you. There's a number of slides that you can get a chance to, if you want to peruse those. There's also lots of information linked on those documents. Again, the next step in this will be a formal recommendation for your consideration by resolution at the January board meeting, and we'll bring those to you at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. So we're running a few minutes early, so I've confirmed that our next presentation after recess will be ready. So we'll keep with a 15-minute recess, and that puts us at starting back right at, what is it, 7:33? Is it 7:33? Yep, 7:33. We will come back from recess at 7:33. Education meeting is back in session. Oh. We'll just set the stage. So next, we will take up item 8.5, growth and decline update. Proposed names for paired schools. We will have a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A. So with that, we will go forward with the presentation.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for having us tonight. It's kind of incredible that we're here. We're actually here to talk about the new names of our paired schools, and all of you know how long of a journey this has been. So it is my pleasure to kick off tonight and then to hand it off to our wonderful leaders. And I never lose an opportunity to gush over them. We have incredible leaders who are working through a phenomenally hard, probably the hardest issue that a district goes through. And they've done it incredibly thoughtfully, incredibly kid-driven, and we would not be here and we wouldn't have communities that are overall pretty excited about where we're headed without them. So our leaders will introduce themselves. I also want to take the time to a huge shout out to Ian Wells and John Gutierrez, our executive directors, who have also played a huge role in this, along with cabinet and so many other people. So I always make a point of doing that. Just to ground ourselves in this conversation, Policy FF provides that the board has ultimate decision-making on school names. And the superintendent also has decision-making as to colors, mascots, logos. So that's in part what the board is going to be talking about and considering tonight. We also have a resolution posted for the board's consideration, and if the board needs, I'm happy to take the board through that. So with that, Ms. Sola.
Thank you, Steve, and good evening, directors. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Kirsten Sola, and I'm the proud principal of Acres Green Elementary. Cheryl Fulmer and I are here tonight to share the process we went through to determine our recommendation for our new school name and mascot. We did use an inclusive multi-step process that was designed to gather as many perspectives as possible. So we started in September and October with our idea gathering phase. We invited families, students, and our staff to contribute their ideas for our new school name. We did end up with 129 community submissions and over 200 student ideas. There were so many great ideas in there, everything from Mermaid Elementary to our final 3 ideas. We then brought all of that data to our Come Together team. And this is a really special team made up of 12 staff members, 6 from each school. We meet for a full day every single month to come together and determine all of the details about our amazing new school, bringing the best of both schools together into our new school. With that group, we consulted our board policy around naming schools, and we narrowed it down to 3 finalists. The 3 final names were Quebec Trail Elementary, Foxwood Acres Elementary, and Silver Spruce Elementary. We then moved those 3 names forward to our community, went back to the community for their input. So we went back to our families, back to our staff, and back to our students, and we collected a lot of data about their preferences. And Cheryl Fulmer is going to share the rest of our process.
Wonderful. So what you'll find on the next slide is the process once we got all of the data and the results back in. So we took all of the information in, and our number 1, our first choice was actually Foxwood Acres, when you looked at it just purely based on numbers. But what we found was that there was a 125 vote difference between communities. So we went and took a look at the other name, which was Silver Spruce, which was a first choice / second choice between communities, and there was only a 10-point difference between the 2 schools. And we decided that we are merging schools. We're bringing schools together. We're bridging schools, which is the picture you see in the middle of that slide. So it was important to us that a 10-point difference really modeled what we're going for, bringing schools together and merging us together, not having this giant difference. So as a Come Together team, we really looked at that data and said, yeah, this is what we're about. We're about bridging us and coming together. So tonight we'd like to propose that our new name is Silver Spruce Elementary, home of the moose. And I'll hand it off to, I think, Katie. Just joking.
Hello, board. I'm Julie Crawford. I'm the proud principal of El Dorado Elementary.
Good evening, board directors. I'm Allison Hawk, the proud principal of Saddle Ranch Elementary and the future principal of the combined school.
The great thing about all 6 of us here is we went through a very similar process. So what you'll see will be very similar in all 3 of our school or the paired schools. For us in particular, we had about 115 responses from anything from parents, staff, community members, and things like that. We also involved our classrooms for classroom discussions and mascot ideas and all of those pieces. We brought it together with our guiding coalition. That's a group of both Saddle Ranch teachers and El Dorado teachers, and put forth all of that. We did a lot of work on the history around us, what that looked like, and really dived into the data on the survey results from what recommendations were from both of our communities. We were very, very lucky to know that the data really was very strong in a positive direction for both of our schools, whether it was the colors, the name that we're going to put forth as our recommendation. And then we removed names that did not fit, whether it was the guidelines or the policies or belonged to other schools that were near. So we narrowed it down from, you say, 10 choices or like 115 choices to 10 choices to 7 to our final 3.
So our final 3 choices were Foothills Trail Elementary, Red Hawk Elementary, and Golden Ridge Elementary. And we took those final 3 choices to a survey with parents, students, community members. And we would like to present to you the winner of the survey is Golden Ridge Elementary with mascot of the Owls.
Hoo, hoo.
And I will hand it off to Katie Lawson now and Marla.
Good evening. We are not going to do any sounds, or we're not miming anything. I'm not interested, and you won't be either, so let's just move on to our forward planning committee worked to narrow our choices down from 150. We had that same process of taking all of these choices, kind of taking out the ones that maybe didn't have the right focus. A big one was Rising Phoenix. That didn't have quite the right focus for us. That makes it sound like we're coming from the ashes, and we absolutely are not. These are 2 very strong communities coming together, and we are going to thrive together. So we took those 150 submissions, we kind of narrowed it down to 20. We took it to our forward planning committee, which is staff members from each school, and they had a process of over about 2.5 hours of taking it to 10, to 5, and then to 3. We then sent those 3 to our communities, and we had a resounding winner.
So our forward planning committee took it to the survey, and our community has chosen Mountain Peak Elementary, home of the Mustangs.
Thank you very much. Oh, and I didn't tell you that I am Katie Lawson, principal of Heritage Elementary.
And I am Marlo Franks, principal of Summit View Elementary.
And I will be the principal of the paired school at Mountain Peak. Thank you very much.
We are happy to take questions.
Fantastic. I will open the floor for questions. Who would like to go first?
I don't have any questions. I've worked with all 6 of these principals on this process. The fact that all 6 of you put together a forward-looking, intelligent, student-driven, and parent-driven process is heartwarming, but in no way surprising. I'm glad you like these. I'm glad you're happy with them. I first started talking about combining schools in 2017. And to be at this process, at this point in this process, is only because thousands of man hours by thousands of people got put in, and you are doing the hard work, and I just want to say thank you.
All right, I've told myself I will go last, but I'm going to jump in. So I'm excited. We had a presentation at CASB recently where we talked about the school pairing process. It was very well attended, lots of great questions, lots of great engagement. I'm curious if you have any lessons learned that you would want to share with other districts, or even as we think about moving forward.
I would say that it wasn't just us 6 up there at every town hall meeting. And so if I were to give any direction to any other districts, it would be that what the district did as far as how many times Superintendent Kane was at a town hall meeting or how many times Steve Colella or our EDOS, that is where we could field questions that were very difficult, and then we could also lean on the district too. So in my opinion, it would be to have all hands on deck during that process, and it felt very comfortable knowing that we could live in 2 different worlds. So.
I'll just add, I think that was a huge piece getting us to where we are today. And now that we're doing the work and we're moving forward and we're bringing the communities together, I think our come together teams or our forward teams, everybody's calling it something different, with our staffs, as well as we're doing the same thing with our students, and we have the same committees happening with our parents. So we all have 3 different moving forward or come together, whatever we're calling them at our schools, happening at each of those stakeholder levels. I think that's also helping to make it go a little smoother. So we're bringing kids in on all levels. What do you think about the playground? What are you excited about? You go talk to the other kids about what might be our name or our mascot. Once we have a mascot, you know, what are we gonna name it? All of those things. So kids are getting excited about what's happening in their new school. So I think that's super exciting.
And to get them excited further, we have created a Bridge Builders program so that we have parent volunteers from each school, and they are out of school, off property, creating times for these kids to come together so that when they are in the building next year, they already have seen these faces. The parents know each other. So we have started that hard work right now. We've already had 3 that have come together in the last week or 2. And so parents have jumped in to do that hard work as well. So I think it's just really important for the communities to come together in that way, and that's been very positive.
I'll just add what everybody else has said, but considering all the different perspectives is so important. The transportation, what it means for the closing school, what it means for the receiving school, what it means for the students, for special education, and having everybody come together to consider all of those different perspectives is what has made the biggest impact to me.
I just quickly want to be able to say a big part of this process when we started, one, as a superintendent that was willing to have the courage to step forward, but also a board that was willing to be consistent and having the backs of leaders. I know that is one of the hardest things, is be very easy to sidestep a very hard conversation, and putting our leaders on an island, and the commitment from our superintendent and our board was something I can tell you was hugely helpful, knowing this was a conversation we started coming out of COVID and even way back when in a bus barn back in 2017 as well. So just a huge thank you to you all as well.
I would only add too that facilitating as much conversation as you can amongst those who are on the ground. We've nailed down a lot of details. I'm not going to promise that we've nailed down every single detail, but to the extent that we've done this well, it's because of the constant conversation that we've all been having over the last year and change. So that's a big one.
Thank you. Other questions? Director Thompson?
Well, first, I'm really curious what the moose sounds like.
Moose.
So it's nice to see you all under these circumstances today. So thank you for being here and sharing the new names with us. I know it's helpful to hear this time in the process, because now your communications about the next school year, it's, you know, emails to those future Mustangs, the future mooses, right? Is it mooses? Meese? But anyway, so, and then I just want to take the opportunity to tell you all thank you. This has been a lot of work, I know, for you guys, and you're keeping your communities together. You're on the front lines of this with, you know, parents, students, staff, and so thank you. And thank you for all the support that you provided the board before the decision to help us understand why this was something the community needed. So thanks.
I will call on myself. So I try to stay off social media, so other people send me things that are on social media. And one of the questions is the value of coming up with a new name, right? And I kind of wonder if you can speak to what you see as the value of a new name and the new branding and all of that. That would be really helpful. I think the community, some community members would appreciate hearing that.
Thank you. I think you all did such a wonderful job, and Superintendent Kane, about that. This was a really a pairing of schools and a coming together of schools, and it wasn't that one school was closing and another was staying open, and something being shut down. And that was a really important message that we tried to carry forward in our communities. And so for us, having a new name and a new mascot is really that it's a new school together and not just one closing and one that's being moved into. And it means a lot, I will say, from the school that is moving into another one, that we have a shared now identity instead of two separate ones, and trying to move forward under that means a lot.
I do feel that with a new name, it allows for, instead of having two schools in one building, we'll have one school in one building. When we have a new name, we are all together. Marlo spoke eloquently at one meeting about crew and how we would all be in a new boat together, rowing together. And so I think it's a really, really important start for our new school.
And Superintendent Kane, can you remind us, this was part of the bond when we passed the bond, and if you might just explain that again to our community.
Sure. As part of the bond, we set about $20 million aside to invest in our newly paired schools. And so the three receiving buildings are receiving some upgrades, like a new playground and a new room for programming, like STEM programming or whatever kind of creative programming the schools would like to see, because one of our promises to our communities was, when the school is bigger, it will be able to thrive and have more access to programming than a small school did. So the money that was set aside in the bond is helping us make that a reality, along with some very pragmatic things, like boring things like parking lots and curbs and all of that stuff. But, and we're just, I want to echo how grateful we are to our 6 principals. We could never have done this process successfully without them. And your positivity, all of you from the beginning, has been amazing and has rubbed off on your communities. But most importantly, the excitement and positivity has rubbed off on your children. And that means the world. So thanks for letting me talk.
Any other questions? All right, I will take a motion to approve the proposed names for the paired schools.
I so move that we adopt the resolution changing the schools to the Silver Spruce Elementary, Mountain Peak Elementary, and Golden Ridge Elementary School.
Second. All right, so it has been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Meek, that the board approve the proposed names for the paired schools. The motion is now open for discussion. Director Ryan?
I just want to point out on the point of the value here, I know some of the concerns were coming from how much it would cost to rebrand a school. I did ask for those numbers from our superintendent. I just ran the math. 0.2% of the bond money that's going to each school is going to go toward this. I think it is important to note that a lot of the work was done by our staff, by our community, for a very small chunk of change that is very meaningful for the people in these communities.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Any other discussion? Okay, as a reminder, the motion on the table is approving the proposed names for the paired schools. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0, and we thank you all for all of your hard work. All right, thank you again. So next we will take up item 8.6, Healthy Kids Colorado survey with a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Please, that'd be great. Do I point at you or do I point up there? All right. Awesome. Perfect. All right, while he's loading up the presentation, there's a variety of attachments to this specific agenda. These were all attached as requested. The first, you're going to see BGE, which is process delegation of district policy. The second is JLDAC, which is screening, testing for students that provide some parameters regarding surveys. And then you have a copy of the survey itself and as well as the presentation. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak on this specific topic. This slide deck has several different slides that provide some general information and also about the two options that are under consideration. The first page, you'll see there's a variety of different links in this slide that provide an overview of what Healthy Kids Colorado survey is. It is a survey that's administered every 2 years. It's typically the window for it starts in the fall and it extends into winter. I wish we could set that window, but that's something established by the state. It covers a variety of different conversations and some different topics. Comprehensive health is the primary objective of the survey, and it's certainly voluntary, anonymous, and it's an online survey. The key with this survey is it's not required. That's one thing that's really clear in all of our communications to our parents and to our students. It's not required. And so that's point one. The second is when we administer this survey, we provide several different opportunities for notice. So in the case of this fall, you all have had multiple conversations with this survey, which gives us another opportunity to be able to put this out there for our community to actually look at the survey. So in both sets of agendas, we've attached information about this survey. The follow-up email from across the board contains information about the survey. We've also linked the survey as part of this board communication, so we're providing additional notice. We will also send out communication to our community in regards to the survey coming, which will provide additional information, and then we'll provide a toolkit for our principals to share it in whatever mechanism they typically share their communications, whether that be a newsletter or a principal update. So we'll provide them that information as well. You'll see in this slide deck that there are the two versions of the survey, which would be administered starting in January. And then there's also the technical report. I know people like myself like to get nerdy into what's the survey is all about. That technical report will provide you some background information if you so choose. There we go. So some of the questions that have come up is how we actually leverage this data and how we utilize the results. You've probably seen in some of the monitoring reports, we leverage this data to give a litmus test on some of our initiatives to see how we're doing. But generally speaking, it is a survey that's administered by multiple organizations. And so more broadly, it's used for public awareness about health issues. You'll see the state and local health agencies leverage this data for policy decisions and other grant writing. It provides youth behavioral data, which is really, really important for local municipalities. Our law enforcement agencies leverage this data. There's a couple of other things that we leverage this data for. It really helps us shape that conversation about healthy communities because we're leveraging the same data set. It helps us with that communication. And it also, more locally, it helps us progress monitor our goals. We can set and establish goals based on the data that we see, and it's our data, so it's closer to home. The next two slides look at the two options. One is the opt-in, which is really the active consent. The next page is the opt-out, which is the passive consent. You'll see a lot of similarities between the two, but there's a couple of important differences. First, the survey window, which is an extension of what the state provides. The state provides us a window for the fall that goes into January. Again, I would love to be able to have influence on when it's administered and that window set by the state, but that's a state level decision. We will be administering it from January 7th to the 21st. We will also provide information for our principals and a general toolkit so they can communicate directly to their families, more closer to that administration. So we will send a broad communication out, but within each school, they'll be able to send out more specific communication when they get closer to their administering that survey. There's going to be really a breakdown of information to the coordinators. So how it's typically administered is the state works directly with the schools. We establish a point of contact in every school who's in charge of administering that survey. Typically, it's an administrator who's in charge of setting up the logistics to be able to administer the survey. They work to create opportunities for communication, set up logistics, work with either opt-in or opt-out, and I'll get into that detail here in just a second. But we establish that with each individual school. They know their local context better than we do, so they establish their own local protocols that match their own local environment. The next part is we do have a generalized Google form that we've created. They will make a copy of that form for their specific school to be able to capture those that in this case would be an opt-in. So they'd be capturing that information in a Google form for those students whose parents are opting them into it. That's a form that they would use locally to be able to track which students are participating, which ones aren't. This would allow them to be able to create an updated list of students who are able to participate. That way we're clearly tracking who is able to participate and who's not based on the opt-in. Next is very similar, same window, but instead of doing an opt-in procedure, we're doing an opt-out procedure. The same communication, same logistics, same points of contact. We would provide them a toolkit. This toolkit would be very similar to the previous slide, except the language would shift from an opt-in to an opt-out. We would help set up those protocols for them, including a Google form, allowing them to capture the information for those families who choose to opt their child out of taking that survey. We would still follow through with the same ideas of participating, not participating, and that encompasses the parents' perspective. Every student still would have the choice of not taking the survey. Even if they're sitting in front of the computer, they can make the decision not to participate or not answer specific questions. That's not something that the state tracks. It's not something that we track. If they're in front of the computer, there's 80 questions or 85 questions, however many questions there are on this survey. They are not required to answer all of them. And that includes demographic or any of the questions that are there. So students have the ability to do that as well. I'm going to take a breath because I know that there's a lot of different information that's there, but I'm willing to take questions from all of you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up for questions. Director Dinsler.
So I know that a lot of people in our community who shared public comment and who have written to us about this are concerned that parents won't see any communication were we to enact an opt-out policy. Can you just go through, I know you did go through, but just so that we address those concerns multiple times and really demonstrate to people that we are listening to them, can you just once again reiterate how this will be communicated?
100%. There's multiple layers of communication. Depending on what happens this evening, we will be sending a communication out before winter break to communicate that this is coming in January. That's a broad-based communication coming from us. We will also ask our schools specifically to send communication from their newsletters, whether it's a principal-specific email or it's part of their general newsletter that this survey is coming. When we get back from break, there'll be another communication that goes out. And each of these communications will provide a link directly to the survey that students are taking. And that communication will be geared towards whether it's an opt-in or an opt-out process. And so we'll have multiple layers of being able to communicate to our parents.
Thank you. And could you refresh my memory? And if you can't, it's totally fine. I did not submit this question in advance, and I apologize. But there are certain sections of the Healthy Kids Survey in Region 3 that we don't administer. Is that correct?
Yes, and so when you take a look at the version that we have, there are certain aspects of sensitive questions that in our version, we do not have those questions in it. That's why when you look at that version of the Healthy Kids that's linked, it says DCSD specific. Some of the more sensitive questions we have removed from that sample that has been provided by the state.
And that would continue this year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Callahan?
During the public comment, there was a concern about whether or not it was legal to ask these kinds of questions, and could you talk a little bit about that and why you're comfortable with kind of those parameters?
Well, I think, and I won't speak on the legal aspect of it, but I'll speak on the general aspect of survey administration. First is this survey is not required. That's a critical component of, when you look at several of the laws regarding surveys. If it is required, that's a separate way of approaching a survey than when it's not required. The second is, are you providing opportunities for people to be able to see that survey? So providing them a sample of what that survey looks like. And the third is providing them an opportunity to opt in or opt out. Those are the three things that, if you're able to do all three of those things, it's in alignment with your board policy. And also the Attorney General about 10 years ago, I think 2015, weighed in on this specific survey regarding that requirement. We certainly could, I could talk to General Counsel Klemesh to come up with more specific legal ease on it. But in terms of surveys, generally speaking, if you've hit those three things, you're not going to cross any of the wires with legal requirements.
Director Ryan?
So I know you've talked about how opt-out or opt-in would be communicated to the families. If we did have an opt-out model and families that did not want it to happen for their students, chose not to go the opt-out route or missed the emails, could you explain at the school level while it's being administered, as I understood it from our last conversation, the students themselves can opt themselves out of the survey? If you could just talk about that a little bit, since that was last meeting and I want to make sure it's here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll cover the first part. So in either case, a communication, whether it's opt-in or opt-out, a communication would go out to parents, and they would have an opportunity to fill out a form to either opt out or opt in, depending on what the scenario is. So that would be the first opportunity to be able to capture the parents' wishes one way or the other. So let's take the second scenario where it is an opt out, and a student is sitting in front of the computer because it's an online survey, and they begin to take the survey. They can stop at any point. They don't have to start. They really don't have to take any action if they don't want to or they don't feel comfortable with it. So students have that ability because we don't require that students fill out the survey once they get into that setting.
I guess just to build on that, it would obviously vary by school, but we're not just having that child that doesn't want to do that survey sitting in front of the computer doing nothing, because I feel like that may act as a coercive factor to make them take the survey just to fill the time.
Oh, so you're saying if a parent opts the child out and they're sitting in a room with other students who are taking the survey, if a student if their parents are saying, we are opting our child out of the survey, we're not forcing them to sit in that environment.
But even the kids that don't want to take it themselves, if they're choosing the opt-out, even if their parents haven't said so, can those children go with the other kids that their parents had opted them out, or are they still in the room with the other kids?
Yeah, certainly we can work with schools on those specific situations. Again, we're not forcing them to do that activity, and so the schools would work on structures and processes in place because not every kid's going to be in the room to take those surveys.
Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Thank you, Matt, for the presentation and for all the points of clarity you provided the other directors. So I just wanted to bring attention to kind of the reason that this is on the agenda tonight. So back on our September 9th board meeting, there was an inappropriate verbal vote that directed staff to administer the Healthy Kids survey as an opt-in option only. This exceeded board authority. It did not follow established governance and policy processes that we have as a board, including it was in direct violation of multiple policies, including our BSLs 1.1, 1.31, among others. And so I wanted just to kind of ground us in that's what's kind of bringing us here at the moment, is that there was a verbal vote that directed staff. And yeah, and then I'm not sure if anybody else has things to say before I move. Director Geiger?
Hello, sir. You and I have talked many times about data and research. I went back through the dozens of emails that I got opposing the Healthy Kids survey and the list of horribles. Is there any study that indicates, or any research, peer-reviewed research, that says that having children fill out studies makes them more suicidal or turns them trans, or any of the other horribles that we've heard from people?
I'm not aware of any, but I certainly could do more research in that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of it? I know you keep up with the latest information regarding learning specialties. Have you ever heard of any such studies?
Again, I'm not aware of anything, but I certainly could do some research.
Okay. Are you aware of, prior to this year, are you aware of substantial complaints about parents? We had an opt-out policy until this year, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of, how many complaints did we get from parents who did not want their kids to take the test, who took the test anyway?
Ooh, I'm not sure I would have that answer either. I'd have to do some research on that.
Do you recall any of that?
I do not, but I'd have to connect with every school to find that information out.
Superintendent, do you recall there being an outcry?
I do recall some instances where the students' parents opted them out, and the students were still asked to take the test. Not an inordinate number, though, and it's something that we're very conscious of and that we're working closely with our schools on.
Are you aware of any of our students being turned trans because they took the Healthy Kids survey?
As Mr. Reynolds said, we don't have access to research showing either that in either direction.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? I know policy BGE was posted earlier. I'm not sure if we can put that back up, but basically that policy outlines areas where the board retains operational control and delegates operational control, but this goes back to what Director Thompson was talking about with, you know, the board does not instruct staff, which was the motion that was made at the September 9th meeting. And I think the board minutes were posted as well to clearly show what the motion was that was made at the September 9th meeting. And, you know, while well-intentioned, the motion, you know, creates several issues, which we really need to be clear on, whether we are directing the superintendent and she has the operational authority to decide how surveys are conducted, which is really the way our governance structure is set up right now. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that concern. And any other thoughts or questions before we entertain a motion? Okay, is there a motion? All right, sorry, Director Thompson.
I move to rescind the motion that was adopted on September 9th, 2025. Again, that was the verbal vote that directed staff to administer the Healthy Kids survey as an opt-in only option. And I move on the grounds that it exceeded board authority. It did not follow established governance and policy processes, including our BSLs. I'm going to state them again: 1.1, 1.31, and GP 1.1.
Second.
So it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Callahan that the board rescind the motion adopted on September 9th. I didn't get the rest of the motion, if you want to repeat that.
It was just stating what the motion stated, so that it directed staff to administer the Healthy Kids Survey as an opt-in only option. And then I stated it was on the grounds, it exceeded board authority, did not follow established governance and policy processes. And then I stated that included BSL 1.1, 1.31, and GP 1.1.
Okay, so we have a motion. The motion is now open for discussion. Any further discussion? Director Densler.
Once again, I just want to say that I do appreciate the public comments that express concerns over this issue, and I want those individuals who disagree with the opt-out model to know that we do hear them. I was thinking as I reflected on this of something that Superintendent Kane actually says a lot to her staff, which is to consider people's best hopes and worst fears. And I think that those who differ from me personally on this issue do have fears. They want to protect their children. They care about privacy. They worry about questions that could potentially plant seeds in their children's psyche. And I understand those fears. And yet we know from 2 decades of research that these fears are not borne out in reality. For Director Geiger's edification, Gould et al.'s 2005 study found that asking high school students about suicidal ideation did not demonstrate heightened rates of suicidal ideation, even among the highest risk students. Indeed, during a suicide prevention training that I personally took as a teacher, I was taught that asking these kinds of direct questions often creates a permission structure for individuals who are struggling to reveal their struggles with mental health and may cause them to seek help. I was interested also to find a 2014 study that compared survey samples using both opt-in and opt-out policies. The study found that active opt-in groups were less likely to include older students as well as those with behavioral problems, single-parent households, or academic struggles. Basing decisions on those kinds of results could lead to mistargeted policies and programs. This survey is incredibly important in my opinion, and it is important so that we may fully understand what it means to be a young person in Douglas County in 2026. And these are my best hopes. I hope that families who are not comfortable with the survey hear us when we say that this is voluntary. I hope that students read the language at the beginning of the survey that states, quote, "You may choose not to answer some or all of the questions. If you are not comfortable answering a question, just leave it blank." I hope that we end up with a participation rate that can help inform the data-driven decisions that I know we all care about. My greatest fear is that the community members won't hear me when I say I empathize with their fears, but my best hope is that we can agree. We all want the best for our kids, and this is one way to do that important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Director Ryan?
So, as one of the other directors up here, the only other lawyer, warned me, is to not come at this from a lawyer lens, but I would like to read the legislative code that was cited by some of the folks that do have those fears. It is 20 U.S. Code section 1232H, and it's protection of pupil rights. I think it is very important just to know what the language says. And it says, no student shall be required as part of any applicable program to submit to survey, analysis, or evaluation that reveals information concerning, and we did have an email and also a commenter that listed the things that are not required there. I won't list them all, there are 8. Without the prior consent of the student, or in the case of an unemancipated minor, without the prior written consent of the parent. I think that's why it was very important that Mr. Reynolds indicated that this is not required as part of our schools, and so that portion of our federal statutes does not apply to this. It is voluntary at many levels, and I think it's important to highlight that.
Any, Director Geiger?
There are 2 parts to this. I do not want to spend the next 2 years overturning things I disagreed with. But this process, this resolution they were opposing, was sprung on us without full information. It was done at a time when one of our directors was out of town and had been promised that nothing important would come up. This is part of a series of processes that simply did not comport with our policy governance. The other part is, this is an important study. While we were having this discussion, I Had a long talk with the director of the School Safety Resource Center for the state, Margaret Ochoa. She was, to be blunt, stunned at the opposition to the Healthy Kids Survey. She described to me at length how the School Safety Resource Center, how the Colorado Department of Health, how a number of other agencies rely on good data from this to provide good policy and to help children across the state. And she is there to keep our kids safe. In the end, while I respect some people's fears, and I echo, if you don't want your kid to take this, opt out. Do everything you can. You want to get together with your neighborhood and advocate for other kids to opt out. Do that. But this provides information that saves lives, and in the end, I'm always going to rely on what an expert tells me as to how to help our kids best.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will move us to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Council.
Yes.
I believe you need a second to the motion.
Yeah, Director Thompson made the motion and Director Callahan seconded it. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. Okay, with that, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
So the motion passes 6-0. And
I'm
now,
here as well.
Director Parker.
I don't
Hello.
know if that's important, but I am here.
All right, let the record reflect that Director Parker has joined the meeting at 8:19.
It was a little before, it was before, but sorry, I can't see you guys.
That's fine. We're glad that you have been able to join us. Thank you. So you are now officially in the meeting. So with that,
I don't have to vote. I don't know if, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know since I was here.
Yeah, I believe it's probably too late to go back.
Totally fine, totally fine.
Okay. But thank you for letting us know. All right, so next we will take up item 8.7, Board of County Commissioners Action on Sterling Ranch Amendment 13 to Plan Development, with a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Good evening, thank you. I am Jackie Millay, Chief Operating Officer for Douglas County School District. I'm going to run through a very high-level overview of what a plan development is, and not going to go through all the slides that were presented or given in the packet tonight, just again keeping it high level, and then get into some specifics about the Sterling Ranch PD. So what is a plan development? It's a tool which allows a property owner to zone a mix of uses such as residential, commercial, public, recreation in a more flexible way than a typical zoning regulations would allow. It provides guidelines for development up front, including land uses, transportation networks, design and aesthetics, and regulations like parking and landscaping. These documents are used throughout almost every portion of unincorporated Douglas County and within most of our cities and towns. Highlands Ranch is a plan development. Ridgegate is a plan development. Anthology is a plan development. The Pinery is a plan development. If the new residences included in a PD affect the level of service for public services like fire protection, schools, roads, parks, and trails, coordination with the appropriate public agencies to mitigate impacts is required. So you build a bunch of new houses, there's amazing children in those homes, and we get to educate them, hence we get school land to do that. So PD land dedication governs those processes. It's a mandatory process requiring developers to set aside land or pay fees for public uses like parks, roads, schools, as a condition of project approval by the jurisdiction having land use authority. School land dedication ensures that our new housing contributes to the educational infrastructure required to serve growth. PDs address school size sites, locations, and suitability. So now I'm gonna put this down and kind of come over here because I've got to refer to my notes. So the Sterling Ranch PD amendment was, the first plat was recorded in 2013. That established 3,400 acres, just over that, and just over 12,000 dwelling units. That pretty much stayed the same, and the school land really was not discussed in any PD amendments till the 5th PD amendment, which occurred in 2022, and really it just updated zoning and as a permitted use in various character zones. Not much changed with our school land dedication and zoning until the 13th Amendment. I'd like to point out that really there have been 7 amendments in 2025. So we've had a lot going on and a lot to keep up with, hence I need my notes. So the 13th Amendment, which was heard before the Board of Douglas County Commissioners on November 25th, a day will go down in infamy. It was my son's birthday and I wasn't there and I'm still hearing about it. So, when the Douglas County Commissioners approved that amendment, they imposed 2 conditions. And so I will read those to you. Prior to the recordation, all minor technical corrections will be made to the plan development documents to the satisfaction of Douglas County. The more interesting for us was number 2. All commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representatives during the public hearing and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. So clearly, the school district did file a letter requesting that the Board of County Commissioners deny the approval. The county commissioners went ahead and approved it, but Sterling Ranch did acknowledge that they were going to be working with the district on some of the items that were discussed at those commitments and promises. The school district and Sterling Ranch have met to clarify the commitments and promises made during the November 25th, 2025 hearing to prepare a revised 13th PD amendment to the Sterling Ranch PD, which provides the following based on Sterling Ranch current entitlements. And those entitlements that were identified in the 13th Amendment were 3,400.77 acres and 12,050 dwelling units. So what we agreed upon was 130 net usable acres of land will be made available for public schools within Sterling Ranch, which includes 12.4 acres of land for DCSD Elementary School 51, which we'll be shortly breaking ground for after the first of the year. 26 acres of land for Colorado School Institute CSI Chartered John Adams Academy. 80 acres of land for a public middle and high school located north of Titan Road, and 11.6 acres of land for a second elementary school. As Sterling Ranch grows, the school district will have the opportunity to continue assessing school site needs within the development and to request additional school sites within the PD if necessary. If school need is generated from the Sterling Ranch development, DCSD will have a set period of time to request funding from the voters for additional neighborhood DCSD schools contemplated by this amendment. If voters do not approve the funding for a DCSD school and need is still present, then DCSD will initiate a request for proposal process to identify a district authorized public charter school that could fill that need. If these components of the framework are not finalized by Sterling Ranch and signed off by Douglas County, the district has the right to file litigation to challenge the Board of County Commissioners' decision to approve the Sterling Ranch's 13th Amendment to the PD. However, it is our understanding that Sterling Ranch will be recording the modified amended PD, incorporating these changes on December 19th, which recording will include a sign-off by Douglas County. If Sterling Ranch does not record the fully executed and amended PD agreed upon by the district on December 19th, if they do record it, I do not recommend pursuing litigation against the county relating to the November 25th approval. Again, I want to make sure I'm very clear on that. If Sterling Ranch does record the fully executed and amended PD agreed upon by the district on December 19th, I do not recommend litigation against the county relating to the November 25th approval. But in order to protect the best interests of the district, we are asking the board to pass a motion to authorize the district to move forward with litigation against Douglas County and Sterling Ranch relating to the Board of County Commissioners' decision to approve Sterling Ranch's 13th Amendment to the PD unless Sterling Ranch records the agreed upon modified PD by no later than December 19th, and such recording includes sign off by Douglas County. So I realize that was very wordy. I am not an attorney, but I'm certainly glad I had some support preparing this. I'm a simple engineer, but I can answer any questions. So this is what I have prepared for you, and welcome any comments or questions on this.
Thank you, Ms. Millay. I'll open it up to questions now. Director Thompson.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. I actually just want to take a step back quickly. Could we just talk briefly about what it takes in order to build a school in a community, just generally speaking?
So, I have great experience because we're doing it right now. The most important thing that we have to do as a district is secure bond funding to build the school. So first thing we have to do is we have to have need. We have to have children that need to be served. It is our obligation to serve those kiddos. Once need has been established, land is and has been donated by developers throughout the county to impact growth. Then we go out to our voters and say we need to build a school to meet the needs of the community. Our voters then make the determination, and we know, and we have been very successful in 2024. They recognized that need. They authorized the ability of the district to go out and secure bond funding, and we move forward with construction. And it's, as we saw this evening on the consent, over $60 million to build an elementary school. And we're talking over $100 million or in that park for a middle high school.
And then, what is that sweet spot for the number of students that demonstrate needs? So if we're thinking a new community, we have projections on what it might look like. We know how many units they're building for how many people, but where does that community, how developed does a community have to be, and how does it work with those numbers before we determine, okay, now it's go time?
Well, that's very interesting because it's evolving. And we've been looking at our student generation. And when the PD, to be fair to the developer, was initially passed back in 2013, our student generation numbers were much higher. They are coming down now. So with the 12,000 entitled units, just over that, the district identified 110 acres that we thought we needed, which would be 2 elementary schools and a middle high school site to accommodate that growth. And it is something that we in planning are continuing to take a good look at and make sure that the numbers that we're coming up with are responsive to what's happening on the ground today. We feel very comfortable with the 110 acres based on the 12,000 units. And while I will acknowledge this is just shy of that, we ideally would like a 90-acre middle high school site. The 80-acre site that is being provided with this modified PD is an appropriate amount of land, and we can make it work.
Other questions? I'm going to jump in then.
Yes.
What is the deadline to file litigation against the county and Sterling Ranch if we were to do so?
That we would like to file by the 22nd of December if we chose to go down that path. We have 28 days from when the action was made, and we'd like to make sure I've been advised by our attorneys, we put it in a day ahead of time to make sure if there's anything procedural that we need to clean up, we have the opportunity to get that done and make sure it is authorized on the appropriate day. I want to again reiterate that would not be the recommendation if that's why we are asking that this be recorded on December 19th, which would still allow us ample time on the 22nd, which is still a day early, to file opposition. But again, we feel strongly that if everything happens the way we are all in agreement in principle to doing on the 19th, the district is well positioned to serve the 12,000 entitled units that are there within the development.
Director Geiger.
So that this is as upfront as possible, this change in the plan development in amended 13. This came about as negotiations with the developers of Sterling Ranch?
The language that I presented to you this evening, yes, did come about through dialogue and negotiations with the developer and the developer's legal representatives.
And it does appear that developer listened to and heard some of the criticisms and wanted to respond to that?
I think the developer feels very strongly that schools are an important part of the development and has expressed a strong desire to ensure schools are included in the development, and we are the best partner to make that happen, so yes.
And is it also that the changed PD language specifically includes the school district, correct?
Yes.
Which is different than a public school.
Well, the language that I read to you is it describes the process, and I want to make sure I'm going back to read the language, that 130 net usable acres will be made available for public schools within Sterling Ranch, including the school district. It does identify land that will be given to, that has already been, given to a charter school, which is a public school. But it talks about the process that the district will have the opportunity to build the elementary schools. It will require, just as any of the construction of our new schools will require, voter approval on bonds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Ryan.
So just to be clear, our goal here, and if everything goes as we've laid out, the goal is to avoid litigation here.
Yes, the goal actually is to serve children.
Right.
And that is the goal, to build schools and serve children. And so we think the best way to accomplish that goal is to reach a negotiated agreement on the 13th PD, which provides land that the school district needs to build school and gives the district the first right of refusal to make that happen. And Superintendent?
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you very much. That's a really great question, and I just want to add that we have no reason to believe that everything won't be signed and sealed on the 19th and that all will go as planned. This body will not be meeting between now and December 22nd, so this is in the highly unlikely event that something went catastrophically wrong and the 19th didn't end up working out. But we fully believe that the 19th everything will be signed and sealed, and I want to just do a huge shout out to COO Malay for all of her work over the last few weeks, as well as the developer of Sterling Ranch for working with us. We all share the goal of wanting to serve all of the children in our community, and including those in Sterling Ranch.
Thank you for that clarification. So, directors who haven't had a chance to speak yet, anything? Any other questions? Director Thompson?
Sorry, so for me, I'm just curious, you know, I attended the Board of County Commissioner meeting, and I heard when the developer discussed challenges with getting a school in their community, and a lot of different things were cited, including, you know, the shifting of the guard, you know, whether it's elected officials or staff. And I'm just curious, you know, what we can do as a district to offer more stability and predictability even when the guard shifts. Additionally, I know we have other growing communities, and curious how we are proactively working with those communities to collaborate with them on our end.
Thank you very much for that question. And one of the directives the superintendent gave me is to be out actively engaging with the developers in our community who are building homes, to ensure that we are in close dialogue and that the land that has been identified as school land, and we have great jurisdictional partners in Douglas County. Our cities and towns identify and preserve land for us. And then when we get to the point where demand is there, we're doing the same thing in Lyric and Lone Tree that we are doing in Sterling Ranch right now. The demand reached the level where we knew we needed a new school. We were at capacity with the schools in the area. So I think that active dialogue, and that's part of what we have not put in this document necessarily, although it does speak to the collaboration, but it is something we actively need to do, and I am actively doing as part of operations and with our planning department to have those conversations. And I think being more proactive in those conversations is going to serve the district well, and that has been the charge from the superintendent to me.
Thank you. And then I also wonder how we better get the narrative to new directors as they come in over the history of these types of relationships. So I know that, you know, when Sterling Ranch started, I mean, that was quite a few superintendents ago. And, you know, I've heard word of mouth what promises have been made from the very beginning and how that's transformed over time. And so I think we should be really intentional about how that information and knowledge is passed on as leadership shifts, because it does take a while for a community to be built out and then schools to show up. But we're being held accountable to a promise made 3+ superintendents ago, right, and boards ago. That's a challenge.
And if I could just, a moment of personal privilege as the mayor of the city of Lone Tree, I sat on the other side as the land use jurisdiction. Am I done? So I respect and very much appreciate that, and also went through, as we're building that school in Lyric, this is not an unheard of thing. It is what happens. It's the process. We have different boards that are elected. We have different leadership, and it is part of a normal process, as frustrating as it can be to a developer. We've had numerous developers throughout Douglas County experiencing the exact same things. So just
I've asked. Yeah, waiting. I was checking with Director Parker. Any questions? Okay, then I think if someone would like to make a motion regarding the Board of County Commissioner action on Sterling Ranch Amendment 13 to plan development. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I think we need to take the language from the end of Ms. Malay's speech there. I would move to authorize the district's council to file litigation against Douglas County and Sterling Ranch relating to the Board of County Commissioners' decision to approve Sterling Ranch's 13th Amendment to the PD unless Sterling Ranch records the agreed upon and modified amended PD by no later than December 19th, and such recording includes a sign-off by Douglas County.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Director Ryan and seconded by Director Geiger. All right, based on that, the motion is now open for any further discussion. Director Geiger?
I want to share my thanks to both the COO and outside counsel. I heard that meeting. I was frustrated by it, but I did continually hear the developer at Sterling Ranch say the schools are important. And I do appreciate that they came back to the table, that they made concessions, that make it clear that they want the school district to build there. I think that is responsive to what I've heard from the people of Sterling Ranch. I hope that attitude continues, and I think this is our promise to continue to work with them.
Any further discussion?
So the language in the motion is this is what happens as all goes well on the 19th. Correct?
I think it's what happens if all does not go well.
Well, yeah, okay. Okay.
And Director Parker, I know it's difficult sometimes joining remotely. I will go ahead and read the motion again before we vote. And the motion is to move to authorize the district's council to file litigation against Douglas County and Sterling Ranch relating to the Board of County Commissioners' decision to approve Sterling Ranch's 13th Amendment to the PD unless Sterling Ranch records the agreed upon and modified amended PD no later than December 19th, and such recording includes a sign-off by Douglas County.
Thank you. Yes, okay.
All right, seeing no, Director Thompson?
Sorry, and then the reference amended PD. So we have, like on the agenda, we have the 13th Amendment to Sterling Ranch PD. We have the letter. Do we need any other specifics?
Do you have suggested language?
I don't have a suggestion. I'm just getting to seeing what you guys think.
Director Ryan?
I think Ms. Millay read exactly what the change would be as negotiated, if I understand correctly.
Turn the mic off. Oh, here I am. Yes, Director, that is correct. So to move forward with litigation relating to the decisions, unless Sterling Ranch records the agreed upon and modified amended PD by no later than December 19th.
But it was the specific information that started with 130 acres. I think
Correct.
that's
Oh,
the
I'm
change.
sorry, sir. Yes, that is 100% correct. The modified language includes the 130 net usable acres of land. Would you like me to read that again? Would you like me to read that process again?
I think it would help for clarity because there's no written document to refer.
Okay. So 130 net usable acres of land will be made available for public schools within Sterling Ranch, which includes 12.4 acres of land for DCSD Elementary School 51, 26 acres of land for Colorado School Institute CSI Chartered John Adams Academy, 80 acres of land for a public middle and high school located north of Titan Road, 11.6 acres of land for a second elementary school. As Sterling Ranch grows, the school district will have the opportunity to continue assessing school site needs within Sterling Ranch and to request additional school sites within the PD if necessary. If school need is generated from the Sterling Ranch development, DCSD will have a set period of time to request funding from the voters for the additional neighborhood DCSD schools contemplated by this amendment. If voters do not approve funding for a DCSD school and need is still present, then DCSD will initiate a request for proposal process to identify a district-authorized public charter school that could fill that need. I just want to make sure that was it. Yep, those were that was the modified language.
Ms. Millay, thank you for reading that into the record. Does that satisfy all the directors? Okay. With that, I will read the motion one more time and we'll vote. So the motion on the table is to authorize the district's council to file litigation against Douglas County and Sterling Ranch related to the Board of County Commissioners' decision to approve Sterling Ranch's 13th Amendment to the PD unless Sterling Ranch records the agreed upon and modified amended PD no later than December 19th, and such recording includes a sign-off by Douglas County. With that, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So now we will take up item 8.8, Board of County Commissioners letter response with a 10-minute discussion. So Superintendent Kane, would you like to set the stage for this conversation?
Sure, thank you very much. So the Board of County Commissioners sent a letter to the Board of Education back at the end of November, I believe. That letter is attached to the agenda item. And we were in a board transition at the time that the letter hit. So staff responded on behalf of the board, just stating that we needed to get through that transition in order for the board to formally respond. The letter was, I can actually give you a little bit about what the letter was, if you will give me just a moment. So the letter requested that the school district do a 50% cost-sharing partnership for entryway security. The technology of Evolve was specifically called out, and also offered to have a 50% cost share with additional school resource officers, 2 additional school resource officers to help us support rural elementary schools. And of course called out the history of working together, and we are incredibly grateful to our Board of County Commissioners and Douglas County Sheriff's Office for their partnership in terms of our school resource officer program. Between that partnership is highlighted nationally and is an incredible partnership. And so we're incredibly grateful for their investment in the safety of our community's children. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Very helpful. So right now our goal really during this conversation is to share the key aspects the board would like the superintendent to share in drafting a response on behalf of the board back to the Board of County Commissioners. Our executive session prior to this meeting was our first opportunity to actually, as a new board, have a chance to hear and learn a little bit more and ask questions. So with that, I will just open the floor for conversation. Director Densler.
Superintendent Kane, this is another question I didn't submit in advance, and I'm so sorry, but do you have any insight as to whether or not the Board of Commissioners, County Commissioners, was in contact with our safety and security team before drafting this letter? I guess my question really is, where are we getting these specific items in their letter?
Thank you very much for that question, Director Densler. The Board of County Commissioners, at least for as long as I have been superintendent, have been really interested in the school district implementing entryway security in our secondary schools, in particular the technology Evolve, which has been piloted at STEM School Highlands Ranch. Yes, the Board of County Commissioners has been in touch with our security personnel. Our Director of Safety and Security, Johnny Grusing, has laid out multiple times the challenges that we have with an entryway security system, which there are a number, but one of those challenges that I can talk about in public session is that if we implement technology where the hope is to find a weapon, then we need to have someone with a weapon in order to respond, as we learned from East High School and a number of other incidents across the country. In order to do that, we would have to have a minimum of 4 stations. If you just take our high schools, for example, 4 stations at each of our high school with an armed person, preferably a law enforcement officer. And when you do that math, that's about 40 additional armed individuals in our schools that would not be covered by this particular proposal. And you can imagine the cost of that for either the county or the school district would be extremely expensive. So there are a number of other concerns, safety concerns that were covered in executive session, but that is one that I just want to call out.
Is it fair to say that the Board of County Commissioners is aware of our position on entryway security, or was prior to drafting this letter? Or is that maybe something they've found out since?
Yes, it is absolutely fair to say that the county commissioners are aware of our concerns with respect to entryway security.
Other, Director Geiger.
I think in responding to the Board of County Commissioners, we of course want to thank them for their interest in our schools and their cooperation on our SROs. There are, however, a number of problems with this particular proposal. One is I think it drastically understates the costs of entryway security. I was able to tour STEM and look at how they use their Evolve. I believe actually Commissioner Layden was there, as well as then Commissioner Thomas, who had a very different position on it. The ability to maintain it, the ability to staff it, is the bigger cost over the technology. I would also point out that it is completely contrary to both, I believe, certainly contrary to our policy, and I believe probably contrary to state statute, for us to pick a vendor without doing a competitive bidding process. There are a number of companies that provide various types of entryway security. When, for example, we looked at it at security for our sporting events, we researched a number of different companies before we chose to try one of them. I believe Evolve was part of that process. It was not found to be the best even for that environment. The idea that we can somehow just jump on and hire a particular technology without a competitive bidding process. It's just not how we do that, particularly if we're going to spend hundreds of thousands, and I suspect it would be more in the millions of dollars on just the technology alone, let alone what it costs. I would remind everyone that our schools run from 6 in the morning to 11 at night, sometimes 12 at night. We would need to staff these entryway securities every minute of that. Otherwise, we're not actually solving the purpose. I have questions about entryway security, about whether or not it's the best way to deal with it. It is literally not a problem that we significantly have here in Douglas County, and the way that we've chosen to address it in terms of a multilateral, multifaceted, appears to me to be the best. But at this time, this is essentially asking us to violate our policies, I suspect state law, and commit this board and future boards to, I suspect, millions of dollars in costs. And I think we need to respond to the Board of County Commissioners and say that I believe that they have substantially not only understated the cost when you include the personnel, but have also asked us to violate our own policies on bidding.
Director Callahan.
I'll pass, thanks.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. So first, I think it is important to acknowledge the county's support towards school safety, and I think Superintendent Kane did a nice job with that. We know that the county's, it's not a task force, but the safety group that was formed in response to a tragic incident has provided a lot of great recommendations, and that they've been very useful in how we run safety and security within our district. So it'd be amiss if I didn't say thank you for all of the county's effort and all of those that have served in that group's effort. One of my main concerns, and I think it's probably helpful in the response with the letter, is just that we've seen the costs that are outlined in the letter. As Director Geiger explained, the costs for the district are actually a lot higher than what are estimated within this letter. And just frankly, we just don't have the resources to be able to implement this. And that's even if it was a top priority for us to implement this. So if we had the resources available, we would use it elsewhere. There are other security priority items that we have that we know will have a return for us, and this just not being one of them. I think that's it. I mean, I think it's pretty simple in this regard.
Director Callahan.
Yeah, I would like to see the letter reflect our gratitude for the Board of County Commissioners' care and focus towards safety, and ask if they would be willing to dedicate those funds to the safety and security priorities that the district has identified, and would like the letter to reflect that there's been a lot of time, energy, and expertise in identifying the district's safety priorities, and we would be really grateful for their contributions to those priorities.
So speaking as an individual board director, I'd like the letter to reflect we recognize the importance of having a strong collaborative relationship with the county. And I was going to throw out there, maybe this new board could identify 1 or 2 board directors that might want to be the main points of contact to be able to have direct conversations with the commissioners. Superintendent Kane.
Yes, thank you for that suggestion. Our suggestion would be that perhaps it's the board directors that are assigned to the Safety and Security Committee.
I'm trying to remember who it is now because we just reassigned.
Director Thompson and I.
Okay. Director Thompson and Director Callahan, I was going to say Vice President Callahan, are both of you amenable to that? Okay, so I'd like the letter to reflect that both directors can be primary points of contact and help facilitate strong communications between our boards. Are there other thoughts? Director Ryan.
So we've talked about the evolve for the school resource officers, the money that they outlaid there. From what we've seen in the past, and obviously we have SROs now, is that enough to fund at least the startup costs for 2 SROs?
Thank you for the question. Based on our analysis, we would want to dig in further to what funding has been proposed to support the cost for half of the SROs, including the startup costs, because based on our calculations, that amount would be higher than what the proposal would suggest.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to suggest that SROs, money for SROs is something else that we would be interested in. I know we are saying let's dedicate the money that's being offered towards priorities. I think identifying SROs as one of those priorities may be helpful.
All right, any other comments for the superintendent at this point?
My main question is, what else do you feel you need from us? Thank you for the question. I think that you all have given us enough points that we can draft a letter. I will circulate the draft, not for further collaboration, but just in case I'm off somewhere, and that we will identify points of contact, including Director Callahan and Director Thompson. I believe the county commissioners would be anxious to have a conversation with both of you. And then the last thing I just want to say is as all of you have reiterated, I want to once again thank the county for their partnership on safety. The school resource officer program is incredible, and they have just introduced therapy dogs to go along with some of their school resource officers, which has made all the difference in the world to our kids and in terms of safety and security priorities. Internally, our conversation and what we've communicated to the county commissioner has been that school resource officers truly remain our priority, and continuing to invest as funds become available in additional school resource officers would be the biggest bang for the buck on those funds. And I want to just thank them for the millionth time for the school resource officer program.
Great. Thank you all for this conversation. The next item on our agenda we actually deferred. So item 9 was deferred to a future meeting. So we are now at item 10, Board of Education reports. The first item on reflection on CASB convention and December 13th board retreat. Before opening it up to some other directors, I just wanted to set the stage a little bit with pausing to recognize the board for the extraordinary amount of work and commitment you've put in over the past week. I added it up, and more than 100 hours of collective investment in governance training and learning and support has taken place, and that's pretty incredible. That level of dedication matters. Strong governance doesn't happen by accident, and this week was a clear example of our commitment to continuous improvement. So I just really wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to acknowledge that Directors Geiger and Thompson, Superintendent Kane, and myself presented on our school consolidation process. I mentioned that a little bit earlier this evening. This is a really challenging and a very real issue for districts across the state, and the strong attendance affirmed how important it is to learn from one another, and especially as we navigate some really complex challenges that we have across the state and across the nation. In particular, I want to recognize Director Geiger. Another school board member shared that he had attended last year's DCSD board breakout presentation, and he listened to Director Geiger's comments and went on to implement a new program in their district. And as a result, they passed their bond after a previous failure, and he was just gushing about how much he appreciated the prior year's presentation, and that was a pretty powerful moment. It really captures the true value of gatherings like CASB, investing in our learning and connecting with peers across the state. So that shared experiences can really lead to meaningful change for all of our students and our communities. So with that, I will open it up to allow everyone to share any of their reflections from CASB or our own board retreat. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to start on one end and go down. Does anyone want to volunteer? Director Geiger.
This is my third CASB, so I'm a little less wide-eyed and a little less overwhelmed. I presented another time as well about our mill, or about our bond action, and was able to work along with specifically on use of bonds on career and technical education. And of course, we had our local expert, Rex Core from Legacy there. And despite that, I still got a couple words in edgewise. But there is no greater ambassador for our CTE program than Mr. Core. There are many parts to CASB, and I won't go through them all. Part of it is, of course, the ability to spend time together as a board, learning how each other thinks, spending time, seeing how bad some of you are bowling. To me, the most valuable part is this year we got to spend time with our students and students from other districts at a round table, then later at dinner, and the next morning again at breakfast. And the ability to get the idea and the opinions of students. First of all, anybody who thinks that our students, the current kids, are not going to do well is not spending enough time with Douglas County students. Those kids are going to change the world mostly because they want to. So I found that incredibly valuable.
Director Densler.
You may have mentioned it, but just to reiterate, this is CASB, is the Colorado Association of School Boards. They did have a conference last week, and I, like other directors, attended. As Director Geiger pointed out, the student roundtable was definitely a highlight for me, followed closely by the chance to meet so many board members and superintendents from districts across the state. Fascinating. I was sitting in a session with somebody from the Eastern Plains. I don't want to misidentify the district, but I was asking how many students they had, and he was like 68, and I thought he was going to say 100, and then it was just 68, right? And hearing about the fact that they don't even have buses, they pick their students up in a Ford Explorer, right? So different, but really, really valuable perspectives. I particularly enjoyed hearing from Durango's superintendent in a session about that district's vision for their students, which I found very similar to our own. I also had the opportunity to attend an invaluable and very informative session with Adams 12 about working with their union, and I came away with some ideas about how to ensure we continue to elevate educators' voices and make room for them at the table. So it was a wonderful opportunity in so many ways, and I will out myself. I am likely the worst bowler.
Yeah, I so valued the time that we got to spend with students. It was really special because several of them got news while we were at CASB about getting into different schools or being able to share out on different programs that they were accepted to. And as Director Geiger said, our future as a community, as a state, and as a country is very bright because of our young people. So that was really encouraging. I also really appreciated being able to sit in on the session around our school consolidation. I think it's an area that is is something that was incredibly difficult. I was not a part of it, but admire the way it was done and being able to learn about that. I think was incredibly valuable and something that Superintendent Kane, your leadership, and all of the principals and educators that were involved in making that happen, making something so difficult happen. And I think tonight we got to see, kind of, kind of the next evolution of that process and decision. And so just a lot to be proud of there. And so that was really helpful in my development and learning. So, thanks.
Next, we'll have Director Ryan Thompson, and then we'll go to Director Parker.
So going on the latter half of the board leaves me with less things to talk about, but the students, absolutely, meeting with the students, talking with our students was the highlight, and hearing the things that they picked up from other districts, what they experience, and the comparison to our own and how lucky they feel to be in our district compared to some of those things. I did also get to meet many other folks from different districts, and I was struck not only by the differences, but the similarities. Even tiny districts that have so few students are still dealing with a lot of the same issues, and so talking to them about how they resolve those issues can apply even in a district that is thousands bigger than theirs. The biggest takeaway that I had, other than I also sat in on the presentation that was given by our board, that was very informative for me to find out how that process went and how well we did it. But it was a presentation on family school community partnerships. I do think that we could drive further down that road as a board and make sure that we are reaching out to our community of parents, finding out exactly what their hopes are for all of their kids, and making sure that we're tailoring everything that we have to their hopes as well. But that was my biggest takeaway from the presentations.
All right, so definitely starting with a thank you to students who came to CASB, as well as staff and volunteers that supported them. You guys stole all the highlights, but it was amazing to hear all their good news come in real time. It's an impressive bunch of students, and I left every time we talked with them and a lot of thoughts about how I was going to process what I just learned. So I'm very grateful for them. This CASB, I focused a lot on presentations on policy governance. So that was where my learning was focused. And then I did attend a presentation, and it just shows some of the innovative approaches partnerships can bring to students and to the school setting. And so one of the presentations I sat in was a solution to health access for students. And it was really interesting because it's an organization, they provide health services, mental health services, caseworker services through telehealth and through partnership in the nurse's office. It was really interesting and really innovative, and it's paid for through insurance, Medicaid, and then they also receive outside funding for students who would have difficulty paying. So no one ever hears back, oh, you owe X amount of dollars. And so for them, it's, hey, this is access to preventative health care. Obviously we have motivated pediatricians a part of this, but I just thinking about those, how partnerships, I know we have similar partnerships within the district. That was really helpful for me. And then especially addressing things like, just equal access to the school environment with absenteeism, and students with like certain health ailments. So one of the examples that got brought up that was a new learning opportunity for me was, so students, and I believe the example was like a student identifies maybe they have a new diagnosis like diabetes or something that requires them to have some sort of plan in place, health plan, safety plan, in order to go back to school. And sometimes to get the specialist appointment you need to develop that plan to be able to access school could be months out. And that this organization, for example, provides immediate access to those specialized physicians so that students get back to school sooner. And so anyways, I think more and more of this is going to come up, but it was really promising as someone who cares a lot about health, mental health, and just access for students.
Thank you. Director Parker, you're next.
Yeah, I like to, going last is hard because the conference was so fruitful and had so many good breakout sessions. And so I was able to go to that family school community partnership. I know how involved Douglas County parents are and how important it is to hear all voices. At the public comment last meeting, people voiced concern about a part of the community not being listened to, and that's something that I'm very dedicated not to happen. I want everybody to listen to. So I was really excited to go to the family school community partnership breakout sessions, the importance with working with DAC and SAG on this, and I'm on those committees, so I really liked how my responsibilities on the board really aligned with that. I'm going through my notes, but I'm also new to the board, so I went to a Leading with Purpose breakout session, ethically navigating conflicts of interest, which I found really interesting being a mental health provider in the community. I thought that that was really important for me. Complex school finance situations that Director Geiger was there presenting at. And while we're all on the board, sometimes we don't get to communicate with each other about certain topics. So it was really awesome to learn from people from different districts as well as within our own. Special education needs. I'm a former school social worker. My whole campaign was about how I was on an IEP. I wrote IEPs. I just wanted to make sure that in the years I haven't been working in a school, I didn't lose anything. So I love special education, legal basics, because this is new to me. Just notes and notes. I'm scrolling. And then I also was able to do a transparency communicating with the community. It wasn't called that, but communicating with the community in a transparent and honest way while following guidelines and speaking as one board. And so um, it was just as a new board member, I think we said drinking from a fire hose a lot. That's definitely how it felt, but I'm able to be more confident and aware of guidelines and policies and how to show up as a board director. So I'm just so grateful for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're getting down to the last few items, the president's report. I don't know if we've really talked a whole lot about the board update form. So there's a form that we all use to share out after we attend a board committee meeting or various meetings where we're representing the board. And that is a really great way to share updates with the entire board. So this part of the night isn't about repeating everything that you would put into that update. This part of the night is really about sharing key highlights that you really want the community to hear. And so the one thing I'll share, yesterday morning, we had a legislative breakfast meeting with our Douglas County delegation. It was a very productive conversation with Representatives Hartsook, Marshall, and Hamrick, and Senators Carson, Frizzell, and Bailey. The meeting discussed various legislative priorities and initiatives for Douglas County School District. Key points included the strategic plan. Superintendent Kane did a great job walking through the framework of that plan, and it was a nice opportunity to connect with these key legislators before the start of the legislative season. So I want to take a moment and wish everyone a wonderful holiday season filled with hopefully lots of rest and joy and time with people who matter the most to you. I hope everyone's able to recharge and take some much deserved time to spend with their loved ones. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education is January 13th, 2026. Board agenda planning for this next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, December 18th at 10:30 a.m. at the Legacy Campus. Board agenda meetings are publicly noticed and open to the public, as well as attending in person or virtually. So with that, we will go to the Vice President report.
I just want to give a shout out. I was able to visit several schools over the past couple days, including Parker's Performing Arts, Lone Tree Elementary, our Douglas County online program, Wildcat Elementary, American Academy, Timber Trail Elementary, and DCS Montessori. And I think what it really impressed upon me is We just have a ton of great options and choices for our families that provide a variety of different pathways and options for kids. And it's just a real honor to be a part of that.
Great. I will open it up to director reports. Director Geiger, do you mind if we start on your end again?
The night after our last board meeting, I attended the LRPC meeting, which occurred in the midst of the only snow we may get this year. But there was still a good turnout. I did a board director update on that, so refer for notes. The two most important presentations were about our October count, which is slightly down, but about as expected or slightly less than expected, and the ongoing multi-area discussion about boundaries for the new Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate elementary schools. That is a very complex process that is being handled by a number of different parts of our district, and that will be upcoming to the board probably next spring, but I'll keep you updated on that. I also attended the legislative brunch. I do want to specifically call out Allison Rauch, who arranged it and did a nice job in her presentation. Every year we get those legislators there, and it's a chance for us to tell them about our priorities. The only other thing I did is I talked to a 4th grade class at STEM about their elected officials. I learned a couple of lessons. One, 4th graders are really smart and will answer your questions very clearly. And the second is, if you're going to go to that, don't go with the guy from the Metro Fire Protection, because he gives out fire hats and you are second fiddle the entire time. But other than that, it was a fascinating experience. I always appreciate any chance to talk to any students. If you're at a charter school out there, I'll come talk to you anytime. Thank you.
I also had the opportunity to attend the legislative breakfast, which was a wonderful opportunity. I hadn't met some of my own representatives, so that was great. And then afterwards, I had the opportunity to meet with President Meek, Ms. Rauch, and Ms. Manitoken about our Community Connections Plan. I'm really looking forward to getting representative groups from different stakeholders in our district so that we can inform our governance decisions and strengthen our community trust. Really, really looking forward to that. And then this Thursday, I'm looking forward to my first DAC meeting.
Director Ryan, and then Thompson, and we'll end with Director Parker.
So last Thursday, I got to attend my first graduation post my own graduation from the district at DC Oaks, which is wonderful. If anybody has the chance to go, every student that graduates says a little bit about their journey and what they took. I learned from Director Meek that there were less tears this time. There were not 0, but there were less. But it was it's amazing the things that they're doing over at DC Oaks. And I knew that coming from the district when DC Oaks was put in, and I know that it served many people that I grew up with very well. And so to see that it's continuing that progress is amazing. And then at CASB, I also got to have a lot of one-on-one time and also sat down with Superintendent Kane, and I feel like we got to know each other very well and got to know what the trajectory looks like for our district, our goals, and that sort of thing. So I wanted to thank you for that as well. And then looking forward to the holidays, I get to experience my first Christmas with my son, which I'm very excited for. He has not told me what he wanted for Christmas. He can't really put many words together right now, but I'm very excited for his first Christmas.
All right, so unfortunately I missed the breakfast. I had a last minute conflict with making sure I had my kids get off to school. Since our last meeting, had an FOC meeting. I do fill out the director updates, and one of the things that I enjoy doing in the director updates is posing the questions that were asked during the meeting. I'm not always great about capturing all of the answers, but what I really enjoy about FOC is the kinds of questions that they ask. So they got a presentation, Steve's famous presentation across like 10 topics. And for example, we talk about AI, an FOC question regarding AI, it looks a lot different, right, than some of the other groups that or he's spoken to and I've heard questions from. So I just recommend going through there and looking at those questions. Then we had a presentation on P cards, which just a couple quick things on that. all P-card transactions are public. There's obviously a lot of rules. There's limits to daily and monthly amounts, velocity, which I learned that is a new term. That just means the number of transactions. And then the other thing is that we pay off the P-cards weekly because it maximizes a rebate. And the rebate last year was $400,000. So anyways, some fun side facts I learned in FOC, because FOC is really interesting and cool if anybody ever decides to join me. All right. All right, Director Parker.
Yeah, I'm doing, hold on, I have a tab open. I just had it open. Okay. I'm doing a little email recap with mine since I'm the secretary here. And so I just came up with a little blurb, but between December 1st and December 15th, and so I did it as the day I started getting emails to yesterday at midnight. The district received 24 communications from parents, staff, students, and community members. These messages reflected engagement across all stakeholder groups, with community members and parents making up the largest share. The concerns generally fell onto a few broad categories: board governance and process, student safety and school culture, instructional and operational policies, and staff or labor-related issues. A small number of topics generated multiple contacts across different groups, indicating areas of heightened community interest. And so the major themes, this is what people are contacting us about, are governance and board actions. So 3 about swearing in concerns, 1 about board meeting location, 1 about board leadership preferences, and 1 about concerns about transparency or bias. Another theme, student safety, identity, and cultural issues. And so we received emails about protecting girls' sports concerns, 3, and then a Turning Point Club opposition of 5 emails about a Turning Points Club. Instructional and school operations. So we got an email about the cell phone policy, 4-day weekends, inclement weather policies, school computer policies, and certain complaints about things that are happening in certain schools. We got staff and labor issues. There was emails about collective bargaining, teacher salary increases, and teacher community partnership, and community engagement. We got 4 invitations to events, and then feedback on the signage of our thank you signs in front of buildings. And so I updated the director updates. I'm getting used to this, and so I put that in the last one, but I just want our community to know that we are receiving your emails. Of course, I'm responding back to those emails, but I just want the community to know what people are talking about in case something gets brought up, what people are talking about. I think that's important. I know that the holiday break is coming up, or winter break, or whatever we want to call that. And I know it's a break, and a much needed break for many of our staff, many of our students. And I know that also this break can be a scary time for some of our families and students, where things are less predictable, where there's less structure, or maybe there's less meals that are being eaten. And I just want to say that I see those students, and I see those community members as well. And so I wish everybody a peaceful break, and I see the ones where breaks don't feel like breaks, and I just wanted to acknowledge you guys also.
Thank you, Director Parker. All right, so now we are at the point where we will consider going into executive session. The Board of Education has issues to discuss with its attorney, an executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4. 4B regarding pending litigation, specifically Lacey Gansey on behalf of JG and NG minor children et al. Versus Douglas County School District RE1, pending in U.S. District Court, District of Colorado, civil action number 23-CV-01966. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purposes?
So, second.
I heard Geiger moved and Callahan seconded. Any discussion? Okay. So with that, Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. So we will now be going into executive session, and the following individuals will be joining the members of the Board of Education in executive session. John Farrow, outside counsel with Simple, Farrington, Everall, and Case. Aaron Kane, superintendent. Danny Windsor, assistant superintendent. Mary Kay Klemesh, general counsel. John Veit, principal of Castle Rock Middle School. Out of respect for staff who are not participating in the executive session of the board, I am excusing them from the meeting. Staff members are not expected to be in the theater boardroom, and this meeting will no longer be live streamed.